Good afternoon. We're over here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Microsoft Sundays. My name is Yeso. I will be your host today. Super excited to have plenty more Halo action for you here today. Certainly going to be a fun one. Got a couple of beasts on the cast that you'll hear from in just a little bit, but super excited to get underway here. And obviously, it's a very special Sunday for Halo fans all across the world. We got to see that awesome Halo Infinite multiplayer reveal here today. Going to be free to play, which is super cool. I definitely want to hear from you guys in the Twitch chat. I was certainly hyped when I saw that, super excited for it and ready to just get that game in my hands these holidays. But I want to hear your reactions. What stood out to you in that multiplayer trailer? What are you most excited for? And I certainly cannot wait for Halo Infinite coming here in the future. But it is Microsoft Sunday here, and we've got what promises to be a very exciting tournament here today. Getting back into the action and looking forward to some awesome games. We saw great action over the last couple Sundays. Obviously, we took giving room for that Sentinel send-off tournament, which was super exciting, very fun tournament over there. So hope you all enjoyed that. But we're back here with Esports Arena and Microsoft Sunday. So definitely looking forward to a lot of fun here today. It's our standard double elimination bracket. Lots of best of threes for these players fighting for a share of $1,000 as always. So definitely looking forward to that. So give me your reactions to the Halo Infinite multiplayer reveal. Tell me who your picks are for today. If you guys use !bracket in Twitch chat right now, you can check out the bracket, see how things have played out so far. So make sure to do that so you can follow along in the action here with me today. So looking forward to all of that. Ready for the action to get underway as well. I'm looking forward to it. We got our boy Why Not as well as Shyway on the cast. Couple of goats there ready to crush it. I certainly enjoy every time I get to hear from them. And do want to give a special congratulations. You know, obviously we get to see a lot of Clutch on our streams. He's been casting with us here for Halo for a very long time. So big congratulations to him and the entire team there over at 343 working on Halo on their reveal today. So big hats off to them. They did a fantastic job. And I'm just excited to get into the game, folks. I hope you are as well. I got the goats here ready to go, I believe. So let's not waste your time. We got games ready. We got money to be fought for and a Microsoft Sunday title to be declared. So let's get right into the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's Sunday, and a very special Sunday at that. Of course, not only do we have our ESA 1K, but Halo Infinite has been revealed today. In case you're living under a rock, we've got some lovely news, some multiplayer gameplay, which is exciting to see. And well, that's all I've been thinking about this morning. The story goes on. Halo goes on today, and we still have our Halo 5 tournament. So let's get into this. I've got my man Tony joining me on the desk today. Tony, how you doing? Are you ready for some H5 action?
What's up, guys? This is Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting, and I'm kind of a freaking big deal. If you don't know, now you know. And yes, Alex, I'm so ready. That Halo Infinite a teaser really got me excited about today, and I just want to watch some competitive Halo. Oh my gosh, I'm ready. I promise you, I'm ready.
I'm glad you're ready, Tony. Good to get back into the Halo mindset to get some action on screen here. Very curious to see who we have today. I'm sure we got some very high-level competitors. I saw Saiyan was competing. I think he might be teaming with Trippy, Ola, and Penguin, so that's a hell of a team to look forward to. Of course, let's remind the viewers how this show works. If you haven't been here before, we got a format that we can throw up on screen. Every single game today is going to be a best of 3, and they're competing for a total prize pool of $1,000. First place going to get you $600. Second place, $300. Third place, $100. And it's a double elimination 4v4 tournament. So if you do lose, you drop into the elimination bracket. You still got a chance to survive, to fight for your life And that's where the most fun matches come up, of course. But Tony, I can't wait to get into it and to see some of the teams today. Any rosters that you've spotted that excite you, apart from, of course, Saiyin's team that I already mentioned?
Yeah, I love IC9. I think that's an interesting squad. I believe it's Boo Boo, Dubu, Falcated, Stellar, and Renegade. I think that's a really interesting roster. I like Frost Ease, which is Druck, Taulik, Super CC, and Septify. And then I have my Dark Horse team in. No Frosty, no. And then I have my Dark Horse team in Team Zero, Simply Fear Me, Swish, Carmea, and Juan.
Oh, okay. That is a bit of a dark horse. We'll see how far those boys go. I didn't know we had what you called it, Ice 9. So we got half of Inconceivable, half of Cloud 9 as well. So you got Stellar, Renegade, and then you said Boo Boo, and was it Foul to round it out?
Yes.
Allocated. Okay. Well, that's a hell of a powerhouse roster. Good to look forward to. Speaking of the teams that we want to see today, Tony, we got them up on screen. We got Frosties and IC9. I guess that's going to be our first matchup today. So should be exciting. Some of the best, highest level competitors right off the bat today. So we really get to enjoy it here. But of course, like we said, we got Boo Boo's team, and then on the Frosty side, this was your dark horse, Tony, right?
Oh, this is one of them. I really like Team Zero as well. I mean, if Frosties make it far, it's gonna be no surprise. I mean, it's made up of I think 3/4 of that old Fung 4 roster, which are able to put up I think anywhere between 9 and 12 wins in Esports Arena. My more of a dark horse squad is gonna be that Team Zero roster because we've seen them have success as Team Zero. We've seen Swish find some success as well. But either way, it's funny. You asked me; these are the two teams I mentioned first. And, you ask and you shall receive, because we're actually going to be watching them here in the winners bracket semifinals.
Okay, so we're already on the winners semis here. So these teams have been playing for a bit. They've had to fight through a bit of the gauntlet. Just to remind me, Tony, sorry, you said Frosties was Druck, I think Soul Snipe in there as well. What was the full team there?
Well, sadly, not Soul Snipe. You would imagine he would be in there as their fourth, but it's actually Druck, Taulik, and then the return of Super CC to this roster, because Super CC did play under Fung 4 a while back, and then joining them is actually going to be Septify, which I think it's a nice little addition to the squad. I think they're going to do some wonderful things.
Yeah, all-star players for sure. Never seen this. So like you said, we had CC on Fung 4 in the past, so he's got experience playing with Druck and Taulik. Septify, a bit of, and not really even a newer addition, because then on the other side, you've got CC, who's played with Septify through Flyers. So there's experience all around here. These boys are going to be comfy together, but can they compete with this juggernaut that is half Inconceivable, half C9, which are some of the best teams in the league right now? Really, time will tell. We're going to have to jump into the series to find out. But Tony, what would you expect to see to start here? I would assume we'd go with a Flag first. Do you have any intel on the series?
I do apologize. I didn't actually check the series layout just yet. However, I mean, it's most likely going to be an objective, either Flag or Strongholds, going into game 2, which will be a Slayer. And then finally, we would round out game 3, if necessary, with another objective opposite of what the first one is. So if we start off with Flag in game 1, there'll be a Strongholds in game 3.
Right. So objective, Slayer, objective, the tried and true. We'll see what combination we get. Of course, if we do get some CTF, then I want to say, Druck, Septify, the boys on Frosties, maybe they'll pull out some fast flag runs to surprise us. But of course, IC9, they're no strangers to any kind of tricks that this team might have up their sleeve. Just a matter of who pops off today, who's playing better today, who isn't distracted by the Halo Infinite update, the news. Tony, do you think coming off of this Infinite news that like the competitive ferocity out of these guys, is it at an all-time high? Like, do you think they're as competitive as can be, or are they kind of thinking about Infinite? Is it a distraction in some way?
To be honest, I was talking to a lot of these guys. I talked to Renegade while I stream. I talked to a lot of these pro players, and I've gotten a lot of mixed reviews. Like, some people are really excited. They're like, hey, I love the way it's looking right now. It's going in the right direction. They're excited. And then some have, they've brought up some concerns, and they're waiting to see the final product. And just, sometimes it's good to keep the expectation low, because when something great happens, then you're really, really excited. As Boo Boo I'm going to have my expectations high with this guy when he has camouflage, but I don't think he was able to steal it away and keep his life.
You said it, Tony. Let's keep the expectations in check and make sure these boys are making the best plays that they can here. Stellar so far got himself a convenient position right behind that enemy. He'll now jump back out of the fray here. No points just yet, but it looks like we do have one in nest. We've got the rail in the hands of Septify, so a chance for him to make some plays. Let's see what he can line up here. You can tell he's got no teammates with him in basement, and he will be charged in just a sec here. So Septify, I like that he just dipped his toe in and stepped right back out. Accidentally shooting the rail, though. And he's in big trouble here. We'll see if he can get at least a kill out of this. Oh, he got some damage in. He'll dive out. Looking like a trade, probably.
Whipping that first shot, and largely going to pay because of it, because he ends up going down, and so do two players on this red team squad. Now we're on board Renegade, who was able to slay out and steal away basement. So the first few points actually going to be going on board here for IC9, and they're not done yet. They're trying to put the pressure on BR base, which just got stolen away from Frosties.
IC9 with a strong start. Renegade just walling off tower here. He does end up getting a trade, so IC9 with a chance to kind of break through here. They will double team to get one pick in the hallway. Septify going to waste no time to break through the basement here. Look at the spawn that it created. You got a nest side spawn, and Septify fully aware of it, and he does get the kill he needs. Teammates with him to help out, do the damage, and Septify, great live from him. And if he can stay up, which it looks like he might not be able to. Oh, he turns him with a 5-shot. Septify feeling the infinite hype, putting it right into this game so far.
That he is. Valkator doing a good job of staying alive as well as Septify. So everybody just doing a good job of staying alive, going in for those objectives. And now we're seeing Stellar taking full advantage of that railgun, getting the first kill. Boo Boo Dooble getting that second one on Talik. Stellar keeping that height advantage on the player over Tower 2, but it's not going to matter because Septify is going to hunt him down. No wonder he's a member of Flyers.
Great chance here for our Frosties team to really make some plays. We saw Druck picked up that rail. Still got a couple shots to work with here. Trying to get a cheeky angle over to tower, but very difficult to make plays from Trench, and you can see why he gets melted immediately. CC dies shortly after. Septify going to try to pick up the pieces here, and he's got great damage into Boo Boo. Looks like Renegade will jump off the map just to help even the odds here. And Septify with a chance to stop Nest as well. So just because of that play, Renegade dropping off, they lost the numbers, and they've give Septify a chance to flank through, keep the damage up here.
Septify putting the shotty to the body, ends up getting that bank shot, which we heard in that Halo Infinite trailer. Jeff Sizer just screaming bank shot. That got me a little excited as Druck able to get away with that railgun. Has two in the chamber at the moment. 25-18 lead in favor of Frosties, but it's IC9 who have two caps on the board and are starting to make a run. Druck trying to put an end to that, but whiffing the railgun, gonna have to back down just to stay alive.
Druck. We need to see this man connect with rails, and so far, he's not hitting any of them. He gets tagged up by multiple, out of the picture, and now Renegade and team, they got a chance to control the rest of the map here. They're rotating over to basement, new spawners on blue. They're up in nest. They're going to quickly get over to BR base and try to turn the tides here before they cap too much, but looks like they're going to have to fight the enemy first. I love that tower positioning. We'll get rid of CC. Valkator coming off his spawn here. He's getting tagged. So left to right, we've got a bit of a scrappy situation here as blue team does what they can to try to hold on control. And Foul just looking for anyone underneath him. He doesn't see it just yet, but it looks like Frosty did a great job to turn that around quickly.
And we're seeing another lead change, this time going towards Frosties. Boo Boo Dooble taking out Druck off of screen. Talik and Super CC getting back-to-back kills. Septify gonna make that the third one, so 3 down go IC9, and Septify already hunting down the Void player off of spawn on Carbine. He's gonna go down as well, so now good points being put on the board here for Frosties, and on top of that, they're also getting the slays as well.
This is perfect. They're doing it in time for Camo also, so I assume they would have the advantage on Camo. They are losing their numbers here, though. Renegade got a big kill. On top of that, he's got sights in the Camo as well. Immediately burns Druck. Rail still in hand. Renegade could make plays here. All spawners caught in bunker, and Renegade already doing the damage. CC down for the count, looking for a new target. He's going to keep him back on spawn. This hopefully gives his team time to cap a base here. You can see, despite Renegade's aggressive plays, which don't work, the red team here is struggling to get captures. They do finally get 2, but at what cost? Super CC does have the rail. The team's going to look to take back control right quick.
2 down go IC9, and Super CC actually going to be the third, make that a third player, and immediately going over to defend, to take Nest here, trying to anticipate the spawns going towards Carbide, but instead they actually flipped and went Bunker's way. So still 2 caps in favor of IC9 momentarily, until finally Super CC able to grab that Nest. Now they need to defend basement and also stop them from taking Nest, because IC9 coming right off of spawn and putting the offense on.
What a live out of CC, by the way, to stay up in the bottom of Nest there. He managed to come back, reset the cap, and now he's just shooting down spawners. Stellar, good luck. Can't seem to take out CC, who is on one here. They got the 30-point advantage off of this as well. And counting. CC still living in Nest. What a nuisance. They can't seem to kill him. He's tagging up players in BR base here, just delaying the situation. The points continue. Teammates now pushing over to basement to take that as well, but it looks like BR base was successfully captured by IC9. They do have center map also. It's that rail. It did go in the hands of a red player. We might be able to see a counterattack here out of red if they can use that rail effectively.
They don't call him Super CC evade for nothing. He's able to evade damage as much as possible, and he also has a killer shot to match. Stellar able to take out Druck off of screen. Super CC going right back at Stellar, getting that headshot kill, and it's a 69-44 lead in favor of Frosties right now. They might be able to hold on to this lead and take game number 1.
As long as they keep shutting down Renegade, they will be in a good position here. It looks like they might manage to grab the camo there also. Could be very useful. Septify going to try to push up on basement from perimeter here. He's got a nice angle on new spawners as well. Put mad damage in. Doesn't see the shotgun, though. That'll take him down quickly. They're going to try to break out a basement here. They only have 1 cap to their name. You can see that Blue are pushing in to try to get Nest, but Renegade getting right up through center. Big kill out of him. He goes down. Septify off spawn. Going to put damage in, but the pressure relentless out of IC9 as they break into BR base. They'll pick that up, slowly making the comeback here, Tony. They're bringing it close.
Druck and Zala getting back-to-back kills to put them 2 down as IZ9. Booba Dooba trying to stay alive over here towards Tower 1. They already have the 2 cap, but now it's all about the defense as Booba Dooba gonna whiff all of the shots. Talon coming out with the double kill. 75-58 lead in favor of Frosties. And in my opinion, they have all the momentum on their side as Druck is gonna get another double kill, Alex.
Just going to try to hold it down. It looks like he's successful all alone. Actually, no, he does have 1 teammate with him. Very, very helpful that he could do that. 77 accounting. They got the reset on BR base. 2 crucial kills on the feed. Also, they can hold on. They're in great standing here, but nade's going to come in. You've got, I believe, Boo Boo, yeah, right from above. Slides in, gets the nade damage, but he's getting tagged up, getting caught up in his thrust, somehow alive here. And his teammates are going to help ensure that he gets Nest back. This is for the win right here. If they can control rail, control the shotgun. Looks like Renegade's going to go down here. That rail, such a point of contention. And Septify dropping in a crucial moment, but teammates in center map to help out. But where are these power weapons? This will spell the end of the game if they can hold on.
This game is going down to the absolute wire right now, and this is what we love to see. Talek trying to defend BR base, gets the first kill, but there was another player in there, and Renegade, Septify luckily taking him out. That's going to be a mini squad wipe going in favor of Frosties, but they're going after basement off of spawn. Talek is well aware of it, takes out Boo Boo Doobu, but the spawners are still coming out from Carbine.
CC down for the count. Trades left and right here. 90 points in counting. Crunch time for red team as they're just trying to get the caps, but at this rate, not looking good. Druck walling it off. Shoddy and Camo, best combo he could have to just ensure they take the W here. Druck, patient play to reset BR. That's it right there. He just gave him nightmares off that one play, Tony. There's no way they make a comeback. Druck gonna shut down game 1 convincingly, 100-72.
Beautiful plays by Frosties to end that game, and I just noticed that on top of him making that play to defend BR base, it didn't even matter because they were able to take Nest, so they actually had a trip cap. If IC9 even was able to somehow kill Druck with that camouflage, it still would have been game because it would have been mathematically impossible to come back. Great job by Frosties to come out with a big win, game number 1. Now can they carry that over to Slayer game 2? That's going to be the question.
Yeah, good point in that. That was just the nail in the coffin from Druck right there. All he had to do was just delay. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't work out, it looked like they still had Nest, they had basement. They probably would have secured that win, no problem, like you said. But Druck he made his play, he made it count, and that is just a little bit of momentum to carry on into the next game in the series. They're going to need it, Tony. When it comes to Slayer, I do think this Frosty's team is at a disadvantage, especially because you got Renegade on the other team. I think any team with Renegade on it is probably has the advantage in Slayer, don't you think?
Yes, however, I will add a caveat to that because we were talking to Frosty along with it was Soul Snipe and Druck and all of them, and
Okay.
they actually asked Frosty what do they think their best map is, and Frosty has actually said Regret. So Regret Slayer, if somehow it goes to Regret Slayer, I'm still liking Frosty's to really carry that over. But anything other than that, it kind of seems like the Achilles heel for Frosties. They're always trying to get over the hump. We know they're one of the best objective, efficient teams that we have in our circuit right now. But we need to see them really do that more towards Slayer. And I'm excited to see. This is the test. This is them being tested right now by IC9.
Right. So you say it's map dependent. All comes down to the battlefield where we land. And if it is Regret, maybe there's a chance for Frosties. They'll feel comfortable there. But anywhere else, especially if there's a snipe, I think that's the biggest worry. You end up on Rig, you end up on Kali, sniper in hand, especially with somebody like Renegade. It could be a dangerous combo. Could get Truth as well, which would be an interesting one. Of course, Camo to fight over in that regard. And then we'll see. I hope this goes the distance, Tony. I think it really just comes down to who's ready to play today. So far, though, Frosties, they've stolen the spotlight. Let's see. I'm expecting these guys to wake up. Let's see IC9 wake up.
Let's see it indeed. There's also like a kind of almost a hidden storyline in this. I remember back when Fung 4 was first around, before Manny ended up joining that team, it was Super CC. But before Super CC, it was Renegade. Renegade kind of played that big brother role to the 3/4 members of Fung 4, and almost, I mean, I don't want to say he showed them how to win, but I will say that he led from the front lines with his slaying ability, one of the best slayers that we have. Then it was almost like Big Brother went to college when he went to go play alongside his C9 teammates, and they replaced him with Super CC for a bit. Then they brought in Manny. So I always felt like it was like that younger brother, older brother mentality. Whenever they match up against Renegade, I'm always like, come on, younger brothers, you guys can do that. Like, I love an underdog story, so it means a lot to me. I hope they come out on top. I'm sorry. Well, I'm a little biased. I apologize.
I know you're a big Naruto fan, Tony, that you're making me think of the Sasuke and, oh no, am I forgetting the name of his older brother now? Sasuke.
Itachi.
And Itachi. And did he ever catch up to Itachi in the end? The older brother? Was Itachi always, I think Sasuke by the end of it was pretty damn powerful, right? What I'm trying to say is the little brother, they put the work in. If they want it badly enough, you never know. I don't know. I should have got my
unfair.
Naruto
Itachi ended up dying, so I mean, it's a
he
little unfair. I mean, Sasuke was moving the goalposts, and Itachi didn't get a chance.
You're right. Itachi, we didn't get to see full-fledged Itachi because he died too soon. So, well, there you go. I mean, will Big Brother die right here, right now? This is the question. It's time for Druck and team to show him up in true Slayer. And I mean, so far, so good. It's 4-1. They got map control. Well, they had it. Let's see if they can make more plays here. And it's up to Talik, who is just getting tagged left and right. But the man lived just a little bit longer to get himself a kill.
And 3 down, once again, go IC9. So I guess it doesn't matter what map it is. Frosties is going to be carrying over that momentum. Luckily, Falcon was able to take out Super CC off a spawn. Renegade forcing that player on Car's side to back down as he stays alive and makes his way towards top mid. But was that a mistake? He's now in between 3 players. No, it was not, because he ends up getting the double kill, and the collapse is coming in east side from IC9. They have a top perimeter. They have top mid. Renegade's aware of it, so he's going to be pushing in.
And no hesitation, Renegade goes directly into red base, does get himself a trade. Druck in a bad spot there out front. He gets killed quickly. Talik, in the meantime, he's got to back out of this, so I like the decision from him. Still living, but he does get taken out. We're seeing some great movement out of Talik just to increase the amount of time he's on that map, and anything he could do to just draw the attention of the enemy can be so effective. But things starting to change here. 2 kills on the feet. Though Boo Boo's getting tagged up just a little bit here, he's doing a great job of just playing his life, though that player does chase him down. Neck and neck here, Tony, just in the start.
tied up as well with piece right now. This game couldn't get any closer. It's almost like we scripted it. As Valkyrie got to get a double kill before being taken out by Super CC in the trade. Super CC coming right back at it without any timing loss, defending his P-Door. Septify going in for the flank. Boo Boo Doobu is going to be taken down. So now momentum once again going in favor of Frosties. They have that P control. We're at the 9-minute and 55-second mark, so you know there's going to be a camouflage coming soon. IC9 is aware of it, so they're actually shifting momentum over towards the P-Door. Can they slay out and grab camo, or will Frosties get away with it?
So close so far, Tony. I'm not sure what's going on with that camo. You can see there's one player over on it, Stellar, trying to fight for it. Actually, he has it. Stellar's got that camo out on bottom mid. They didn't see him as he creeped away. And we'll see if he can turn that into a play. Foul going to do what he can to draw the aggro here. But Stellar in a very dangerous spot, top mid. The moment he's seen, he can get tagged up. And it depends on the position of his teammates to help him out here, ensure that this is a good spot. You can see his teammates are doing exactly what they need to do. They already got 2 kills down here. Stellar going to try to find the remainder, who's under blue base, going to try to help the teammates. Spawners and Car Bubble tagging him up. And I like the attempt from Druck, but a teammate, Nade, you got to watch out for the stray nades being tossed into back blue here, but Stellar, he has managed to weave through it all and find himself a couple kills.
24-19 lead in favor of IC9. This is the first time that they're actually being tested at the moment. I was watching Renegade stream as we have a nasty 5-shot coming in from Stellar, and they were playing against Kilimanjaro's team, and while they were playing, even losing by 1 kill at one point, they were literally talking about the infinite infinite trailer the entire time. Even Eco was in the call, and they're sitting there arguing with each other. Meanwhile, they were losing by 1 kill on Plaza Slayer, so you can tell they weren't really being tested. Right now they are. Frosty's giving them a run for their money. They already have taken game number 1, and you know IC9 does not want to drop into the elimination bracket. They want to make it into the grand finals via that upper bracket.
Oh, this is the moment that IC9 wakes up, and they prove that they're a strong team here, but CC trying to prove otherwise. I love the movement out of him, by the way. He's just zipped up the top mid. He'll spin around, try to get a kill here, but Septify will turn 2 as he dies. And back and forth we go with the trades, just narrowing the scoreline a little bit. 4-kill deficit here. All players stuck on the pink side of the map. Not a bad place to be. They can turn this into a camo grab if they can hold on here. And Talik and team, look at the bait and switch here on the car door. Nobody dying, though. The efficiency out of both teams to stay up, but CC with a huge double. The opportunity to pick up camo is right here, Tony. The remaining 2 players trapped in blue as well. They could turn this completely around and grab the camo, though I don't know if they're in position here. You could see Chaz, CC was the only one up. Those new spawners came up. They might have deleted that camo off the map, but as that happens, I mean, we are tied up here. A double out of Talik. This is going to the wire, Tony.
You know, you wouldn't think bottom car is like a power position, but you know, sometimes all you need is someone on the perimeter, and the angles you can get from bottom car is absolutely insane. So you can't sit there the whole game. But as you saw Talik, he stood there for a good, maybe about 20 seconds and put down some good damage as Boo Boo Doobu making his way over towards top car, going right over top mid, gets the double kill, has a player in front of him who might have went down.
Oh, there was a player in front and behind him. He was sandwiched there, so he tried to drop to center and then thrust slide out, but just the laser beams at a blue team here shut Boo Boo down. Keep the score close. You got multiple up in red base. Septify going to dive out, put some damage in before his teammates get dropped, and he does take, have Talik take down Foul. They will take Boo Boo out of center here. 39 all as we get down to the last portion of the game. And every single kill is crucial. Renegade, look at the spot that he's in. So compromised. Septify will take advantage.
Great job from them, and I actually lost the feed here, so I'm going to count on you for this play-by-play action, but man, that flank from Boo Boo Doobu was incredible.
Yeah, Boo Boo came with the flank, Tony. I mean, right now it's 41-40. Foul right now doing what he can to bait and switch, but a nade tags and takes him out. 1 kill advantage here on Renegade's team. And Renegade, we're on his POV, of course. He's going to try to trade this kill. He does. That's massive. Flies out, picks it up. Remaining player up in red base, and his teammates are aware of it, but a 2-kill advantage here. And counting. Renegade was patient, and he snuck through, and he picked up 2 massive kills. I got to call it. I think IC9 off of that play from Renegade, they might have turned this game, but 46-43 now. Make it 47 as Boo Boo snaps onto 1. We got 1 more camo up. And this camo will spell the end of the game. Boo Boo Doobu going to do everything he can just to hold it down, make sure he's baiting it, and Foul and him do a perfect job of just that. So 1 kill to close the game. They will seal it out confidently. IC9, despite the fact that we were all tied up there, 40 all. IC9, they were efficient in their approach. They executed. They made it happen, Tony. We got a game 3.
And you know I love game 3 elimination games. I mean, I guess technically not elimination since we're running double elim. The loser is going to be sent down to the lower bracket as opposed to be going out, period. But still, winners semifinals, game 3, do or die situation. This is what we live for.
Hell yeah. Wouldn't have it any other way, right? So we thought if it was regret, then maybe the boys on IC9 would be in trouble. Turns out we got truth. And that was still very close, though, even in Slayer, right? I felt like that could have gone either way. It was really down to the final 10 kills where we saw Renegade and team pull away, and really just the efficiency at a Renegade to win his fight, stay alive, wait for his teammates to draw aggro. He flanked over to Bubble, got 2 big kills, and then you had Boo Boo at the end who decided to bait instead of pick up the camo. So some very veteran plays at a Boo Boo Renegade to make sure that they held on to their advantage and secured the win. All comes down to game 3. So far, we've seen Strongholds, we've seen Slayer. All we have left, of course, is going to be CTF. Can't wait to see what this one is. If it's Callie, I think we might get a Fathom, Tony. We'll see.
We'll see. Indeed, I mean, well, hold on. Didn't we saw Stronghold? I wouldn't be surprised if we go to Fathom CTF, and I'll be excited about that. Fathom CTF always seems to go down to the wire when you have the best of the best going up against each other. And I will say it, IC9 and Frosties, both of these squads are looking incredible. I want to see Fathom flag. I want to see a full 15-minute game.
Yes. Give me your prediction on this one. Who do you think has this, Tony?
See, you said prediction. I'm going with my heart. Who do I want to win?
What does your heart tell you?
I want Frosties to come on top. I'm sorry. I love these guys, and IC9, they got enough money. Get out of here. They're good. They got enough money. They got enough accolades. Frosties are still cementing their legacy. They're still creating that golden path. So I want to see them do great things. Frosties.
I mean, Frosties want it. They have less money, and they're still, they're working on the path, like you said. But so is IC9, man. They are just as hungry, if not more hungry. Like, you're telling me Renegade is satisfied with the wins that he has? This man's not satisfied. He's still going. We talked to Stellar 2 weeks ago. Stellar, he's still grinding. He's going to take any of the money that he earned from that Sentinels tournament. It goes right into Money 8s. It goes right into any of these standoff, high-stakes matches. So I think they're going to be very comfortable. I'm going IC9. They're going to take this. It's going to be a whopping 3-1. It's Callie CTF. Let's see it happen.
And you're right, Renegade is not satisfied whatsoever. He's not satisfied so much that he actually went over to Apex and competed in the Esports Arena Series E, where he made it all the way down to the finals, along with, I think it was Apathy from Call of Duty. So he was doing some work. He almost got sponsored over in the Series E.
Damn. All right. It doesn't matter what these guys play. They're insane on every damn game they play. I mean, I learned that from Snipe Down, that's for sure. Speaking of snipes and taking down players, we already got Stellar taking faces. He's looking for one directly below him as well. He knows he's right there, but Stellar, can he line this up, though? Looking a little wobbly on the scope there. Could not find the target. Instead, he finds a nade, so Stellar will take that snipe down on the map, but looks like Boo Boo in position to ensure that player doesn't get anywhere. But that flag is out the window as well. And I think we might have a double dilemma here. Dude, the Rockets, the snipe, a couple choked shots on both sides here.
And a beautiful no-scope body shot over by Falcon. Not able to get the kill, but either way, the damage is coming in. Off a screen, Stellar going to equalize the situation. Takes out a player, so we have a little bit of a 4v3. Septify going to win his individual gunfight against Stellar. And Falcon is now going to rotate all the way over towards Blue Elbow to get all the angles on these players as the headshot comes in. And Septify goes down.
Crucial 1v1 right here. Oh, I don't think he saw the player behind the pedestal, though. Maybe he didn't, because that player, just the timing to jump out, Fal not quite ready for it. So huge defensive play to stop that flag in its tracks. Had Fal won that fight, that would have been a flag out. Despite it, Boo Boo Doo in a great checkpoint on Blue Bend here. 2 teammates out in red base, and they're getting tagged by Septify using this DMR to the fullest extent. And that will, I think, be effective enough defense for him to push up and try to mount the challenge here. What a 5 out of Septify, putting Renegade down of all people. And if he keeps this up, they might have a chance on a pole here. Druck gonna dive into cave. Flag already out through Snipe's side, but Druck, I believe, or one of the teammates going down quick. Flag sits by the maze here. Can CC do anything with these rockets? Look at this, one in. Still has the second in the chamber, but that flag gonna get returned.
Fantastic nades by Druck. He was getting hit markers all over the place, but was not able to get the kill. Luckily, trades off with Stellar right there. Septify moving forward with this DMR, and I mean, he knows how to use it. Clearly, that 5-shot was beautiful. This DMR is absolutely deadly. It has that extra long reticle range. Obviously, a 5-shot kill, but it is a 2-shot melee if you get up close. So you can really get tricky here with this designated marksman rifle.
Yeah, this thing is mean up close and at long range, but we'll see what they do. You can see all 4 members already pushing up on red base here. One does get taken out by Renegade. Trade comes in, though. Druck will take one. Boo Boo with a trade as well, so their members now thinning out. Only 2 players left to really put pressure on red base here, and Septify knows he doesn't have the resources, but I guess despite it, he's a Terminator. He wants to get up in here. Can he do the damage, though? Player directly behind, going to take him out immediately, so that a chance to grab flag been thwarted. Instead, we might see a counter cap immediately here. IC9, flag in hand, taking it across the bridge, get tagged up. They'll drop that flag out, but it's at a great checkpoint. Can they do anything to stop it? In his tracks, it's up to CC. CC needs to go clutch here. He'll slide in. He does get taken out. Foul has the snipe as well. Did he get the return, though? Flag's still there. Oh, he snipe him through the crack in maze there? Am I losing my mind, Tony? Or did IC9 just make a massive play?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not even sure what happened. IC9 went 3 down. It was Super CC that got the double kill. Talek able to take out the third, and somehow Stellar still coming out with that flag cap. Absolutely incredible, but now we're seeing a little bit of a run here by Frosties as the sniper rifle over towards that perimeter. Talek is holding it down, and 4 down go IC9. Nobody gonna be in position to stop that flag. I think Frosty are gonna tie things up here.
This is the kind of counter we need to see from Frosty to really answer back, to prove that they can take this game. They did get the flag in, but Talek didn't lose positioning in the process here. He's still got 1 shot in the chamber. Let's see if he can make it count. Teammate's going to move up, take position, take perimeter. Talek, shut him down. He does take out Boo Boo. He's now diving right up into red base. It looks like his teammate's drawing the aggro as well. Talek, can he get this flag out? They'll get tagged up. No choice but to live on the pedestal, and that flag does not go far. Either way, Frosties, they did their job on the counter.
Beautiful play by Hunter, shut him down. Talek right there. That's going to be the nickname going forward as Boo Boo Dooba getting a beautiful headshot on Druck, advancing forward. We're going to run right into a nade. He's going to go down. That's going to put his position, Stellar's teammate, in a bad position. He was in a 1v2. There's finally a player on elbow side. Super CC is aware of it and is putting the damage in, and just like that, Frosties have cleared out their base, and now they're pushing towards the 50 and beyond.
Cleaned up all the challengers. Now it's their turn. And look at this. The beam on the elbow. This is perfect defense out of CC. Flag now out through the elbow side. CC still looking for players to take out. That's 3 dead on the feed. This man should be in the clear. He'll take it up through Rock's side. I don't think anyone can catch up to him, even get a shot on him before he plants this one in. Brings us to a 2-1. Already canceling out my prediction here, Tony.
Flyers gonna fly, and Super CC really got in there. Birds of a feather flock together as Druck gets the 5-shot kill. Talek gonna be taking out Valkyrie off the screen. Super CC finally taking out that 3rd player in Stellar, but that 4th is being a little pesty, and spawners are coming in over towards red cave side. Super CC smartly gonna rotate towards elbow. He has that awareness. He just know he understands the spawn system, and he understands how to make an efficient flank that he's doing right now, and gets a back smack because of it.
That was mean at a CC. Man looking like Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell, just sitting behind the pedestal, waiting, getting a back smack and a stick as well. Nade down, by the way. That was a hit marker, so he actually tagged up that player in red, left the flag out on the elbow. Can his teammates do anything to pick it up? They have collected it, and as long as they can clean up what's left of red team here, you can see Renegade had a great checkpoint. Renegade going to try to get into position to stop this flag, but he might be too late to get there. Where is the flag? Have they... wait, I don't think it made it out through, Tony. I don't think it got that far. Either way, Renegade, instead, he managed to get through, pick up the flag himself, so I might have lost that one in translation. But the flag did not reach the pedestal yet. They got some work to do.
Another 3 down for IC9, and Druck is well aware of it. He's going to push that sniper towards cave side, but his teammate goes down, so he's going to back down and get a bit of a different angle here as he's defending the return. Great headshot onto Renegade, but there's another player on his side, and on the backside, he turns around, gets the 180 snipe punch on Stellar, has another one in front of him. Don't tell me he's going to do it. Druck, don't do it.
He almost did it. He was one magnum bullet away from shutting that man down. Either way, it looks like his failure led to the success of Frosty's, though. That's 3 dead. Last one up, Inceptify burns Stellar. That might be the kill for the game, to be honest. Flag's already out, being ran across Rock's side. The entirety of Red Team are flying through Snipe to try to stop it, but there's no chance they get there in time. Frosties, they take the game, they take the series, they're moving on and winners.
Wow. I'm not going to lie to you. You asked me to make a prediction. I said I told you who I was going to root for in Frosties, and that's because, you know, on paper, when I looked at these squads, I would have thought Stellar, Falcated, Boo Boo Doo and Renegade would have found a way to come out on top, but instead, Frosties really coming out, taking that game and the series, and I would say arguably decisively. I mean, the first cap win in favor of IC9. Frosty did a great job of counter-capping literally within 30 seconds of them getting capped on. And then after that, they just seemed to always control. Even in the Slays department, they were still outslaying. They were still pushing up. They always had control of the enemy team's base. And it just seemed like it was only a matter of time before they put the final flag caps in. Great job by Frosties to execute.
Yeah, unbelievable place out of Frosties. Turns out you got the team prediction right. I got the score prediction right? It was 3-1. I just picked the wrong damn team. Either way, exceptional work out of Frosty's. CC popped off in a big way at the end there also, right? That play where he was hiding behind the pedestal, got the back smack, got a ton of damage in. The flag went out, but I think it was a future flag that was actually capped. So really just the timing of the 4 dead that they managed to put together, and then to capitalize off of that timing was huge. The very end, Septify turning around, getting a massive kill in blue. That 1v1 was for the game, right? Had Septify not won that 1v1, then we'd be seeing a flag out. That flag would have been ran. It would have been a counter situation, so who knows where it would have gone. But it clutched up. Frosties looks like they're going to move on through winners strong. Instead, Renegade and team, they're dropping down to losers, lower bracket early, and we'll see what they can do to fight out. I expect these boys to come back with a vengeance. In the meantime, we still have Sane's team. We still have other top talent to witness in this tournament. I'm sure we'll see them soon. In the meantime, let's send it over to Yeso, though, over at the Good Vibes Only, the GBO zone. He'll break it all down.
Thank you very much, Shaiwa. Yeso back here, as he said, in the GVO zone. It's Good Vibes Only here on a beautiful Microsoft Sunday, and a great match to start off the stream. And one of my favorite things that I get to do every weekend is highlighting these matches with the way the format works and that double elimination setup is. I want to look for those matchups that I'm hoping for a rematch for later on in the tournament. And this is a standout. And it's obviously the wonderful thing about these tournaments is we get some of the best pros here every single weekend. And it's crazy to think you see guys like Renegade and Stellar in a tournament like this in these weeklies, and you would think, man, those are the caliber of players that will just run through. They're going to win no matter what. But the competition is so good that it is not at all surprising to see them lose on occasion, and they do here. Big performance from Frosties. They're beating IC9, and that is a match I'm hoping for once again later on in the day, whether they meet up maybe later on in the losers bracket or if we get maybe a rematch in grand finals. I'm hoping to see those two match up one more time. Let's check out our post-game stats here for our first series of the day. We'll pull that up on your screen for you here, and we start on Strongholds. This was a game that started off, tight early, and then we really got to see Frosty start to pull away in that mid game. But the really interesting part is it started to look, we saw IC9 get up to about a 30 to 40 point lead, and then they stalled momentarily, and it looked like IC9 was ready to bring it back. They started to get some momentum, but some big plays, and specifically a replay that we will highlight after our stats here from Druck was able to bring this one out. Let's check out our next stats page here. And there it is. Look at those kills. Look, Taulik, 21, getting into the 20s area, as well as Renegade. Renegade with 22. Great performance from him. Just 15 deaths, 7 assists on top of those 22 kills. So Renegade had a great first game, but his team not able to bring it back. They do drop by 28 points in that first one. We'll check our final stats page here for the first map here Always love strongholds. And yeah, there's the KDAs. Impressive performances really across the board. I mean, you see some tough numbers there on the KDA front from Bubudubu, Falcated, Stellar. But honestly, this was a really tightly contested game, and it was even closer than that 100 to 72 scoreline would indicate. Great accuracy numbers really across the board for the side of Frosties here, and even great from the likes of Bubudubu there with that 59.5 actually leading the game. So impressive performances there. Let's go to game 2, and it was Slayer. And we go to Truth, and this was another one. This was probably the closest game overall from start to finish. Both of these teams going at it. It looked like Frosties get out to an early lead. They were up by about 4 kills, but there was a very quick response from IC9 there and great distributions. And that's when it shows up with IC9, right? You see everybody up in the double digits, multiple players in double digits for assists as well. 23 assists between Falcated and Bubudubu combined there, and Bubudubu even with only 9 deaths. Then you go to the other side, bit of a down game from Druck. I thought he was really good in game number 1 as well as game number 3, but a bit of a down one here. Only 6 kills for him. You definitely, kind of as I highlight here on IC9, you want to have everybody performing, everybody fragging, and when you have someone that drops down into those single digits, you're going to be hard pressed to take down a team as strong as IC9. Let's check out the next page here as we look at all the kill numbers. Good headshots, a few perfect kills. Look at that, 4 perfect kills for IC9. Real strong one there. Let's check out our last stats page for the second map here, and it's the accuracy numbers. And still look at that Septify, 62.2%, 58.3 for Super CC. So this just shows how close, and Frosties was playing well. They only lost 50 to 45, a very tightly contested second map here, but just strong games across the board from IC9. Everybody up above that 2.0 KDA mark, everybody with better than 50% accuracy. You see Renegade leading the way for IC9 with that 55.5%, and that got him back in this series, and it looked maybe like Frosties was going to take the 2-0, but a strong response from IC9 forces us to map number 3, and it was CTF. Let's check that one out here. Yep, we are over to Coliseum, and this was a game that you see that that match time, 7 minutes and 50 seconds. We didn't have a cap in this game till almost 4 minutes. I believe the first flag capture, and it was for IC9, was at about 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in the game. So really took that a long time. It was very close throughout the early game. We'll check our next page here. Let's look at those kill numbers. And yeah, look at Talik leading the way. 18 kills, 10 assists, 9 deaths. That is a pop-off performance there from Talik. And even look at Druck, 21 kills, 8 assists for him, 3 perfect kills. I mean, this is what you're talking about, right? We talk about how Druck, wasn't fragging as well on that second map, but he picked it up in game number 3, led the entire lobby. They're the only one breaking into those 20s, and I'm definitely looking forward to looking at that highlight from game 1 here momentarily. We'll check out our last stats page. Even Stellar leading the way. Strong game still from IC9, but it wasn't enough as they dropped 3-1. We'll check our last page of stats here before I go into this replay. And look at that, Talik with the 12.3 KDA, 55.6% accuracy hitting his shots. Look at Septify, almost 65%. This is, I believe, my 3rd or 4th Microsoft Sunday that I've done since the return after our Kellogg's 25K. I believe that's the highest accuracy percentage I have seen so far. Septify hitting all of his shots. You even see Bubudubu there, 61%. Great game overall, but we see, once Frosties got control, they go wire to wire, grab 3 caps in a row, and take the win, and they will move on. Before we get to our next game, though, I have a replay I want to show you guys. It is Druck, as I mentioned, from that first game, and a play that helped them secure the map. So we'll pull this one up for you guys. I just want to highlight this good clutch finish. It looks really like Frosties is set to win it. You see he's got the shotgun there, able to grab one, and this is a killing spree from Druck. He's got the camo, and he's just playing patient. Look, he's less than 10 points away. Just bides his time there. The one tap with the pistol after knocking him down. And then he's just buying time. He's like, you can't even see me. I got the camo on. He's just stalling for time, even able to get the kill there onto Renegade. And, you know, it is not like the flashiest play we have ever seen. Not the biggest pop-off, but this is just Druck understanding the position that his team is in. They are on the verge of grabbing this map. All he needs to do is stall out for a few more seconds to secure the win. And every second matters when you're playing against a team of the caliber of IC9. So great play there from Druck, helps them secure the first map, and then they go on to win it all. And the great thing now is we've got another match ready for you, ladies and gentlemen. We aren't going to waste your time whatsoever. Great first match, and we've got another one ready for you here. So let's send it back to Why Not and Shyway to keep the action rolling.
Thank you, Yeso, for the breakdown. Nice, fun match to kick off the day. And now that we've got one side of our winners semi sorted, let's jump into the other side of winners bracket. Our next matchup is going to be Ride Out and Meet Them going up against Velocity. Interesting team name here, but what's more interesting is the players on the team, Tony. Tell me about this team. This is Trippy, this is Saiyan, Ola, and Penguin.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Trippy, Saiyan, Ola, and Penguin. This is a nasty roster. You have three-fourths of Envy, and then you have Penguin joining them. Obviously, they're going to be they're going to be a top team. They're probably going to make the winners finals. They're pros. Come on now. But I will say I like this Velocity roster. It's a little bit different than their normal rosters. Usually you have Nikolai, Seitao, and Bastion on a team, but instead we now have Lauricio and Airway, along with a player that I'm not too familiar with in Sensei, joining Nikolai under that Velocity banner. So this is a squad that might be able to pull off some upsets and be a hard out. They play extreme fast, and they're also very efficient.
My only worry, Tony, is you just read off some names that you're not too familiar with. You said Sensei, I believe, was one of the names. If I know, considering how well integrated you are into the Halo 5 competitive community, if you don't recognize some of these tags, then I'm a little worried, considering the caliber of these players on Ride Out and Meet Them. But I'm all for surprises. So Velocity, if you want to surprise us, this is your chance to do so. You got some crazy competitors to go up against. I was watching Ride Out earlier play today, by the way, Tony. They are so far ahead. They were dominating so hard that they were kind of sandbagging a bit. What they were doing was playing as a group together. So instead of like taking perimeters and, let's say, holding card, holding pink side, they would bunch up on purpose on pink side and just hold hands and team fire. It's very fun to watch, but they basically just put their forces together and came in like a wrecking ball.
That actually sounds really fun. I wish I was watching that. I'm probably going to go back in the rebroadcast and check that out. But yeah, I will say they're not going to be able to do that against Velocity. I know Nikolai. I know Airway. I know Lauricio. And I may not know Sensei, but I mean, if he's playing with these group of guys, he obviously is going to have a bit of talent. These guys have Gunny, and they know exactly what they want to do and what they want to accomplish. So it may not go to game 3. But they're not going to be able to really fool around with this Velocity squad, because if they do, Velocity might come out and steal a game from under their feet.
All right. Well, good to hear. We could have some real competition here if Velocity came to play today, if they're looking well coordinated. Of course, under that banner, we have seen some great performances, some great plays, some team chemistry as well. Just things are a little bit different this time around with this team. It's going to come down to the series, of course, the maps that we play here. I would expect Velocity to maybe have a chance when it comes to Slayer, though it's going to be tough against this team. Objective, though, is more so the worry. Capture the flag, strongholds, oddball, whether or not they can coordinate their forces up against a team that we know has a set game plan they know how to execute.
I'm going to have to agree with you. I think if Velocity is going to steal a game and steal some momentum, it's going to be on that game 2 Slayer. And if they're able to do so and force that game 3, who knows? Everybody knows I'm a firm believer when it comes to momentum. And if you could steal a game and ride it out, it carries over to CTF. It carries over to Strongholds. But it's all going to start from that game 2. Game 1. I mean, if they beat Ride Out and Meet Them on a game 1 objective, I would really be impressed. I really would.
I mean, yeah, that would be insane if Velocity does that. If they lose, depending on how badly they lose, it's going to set my mindset for the rest of the series, Tony. So hopefully Velocity are ready from the get-go to really fight back. Because if it's just a blowout game one, we see like it's capture the flag. It's 2 minutes, let's say, and they just 1, 2, 3. Then series over. You know, I'm chalking it up to it not lasting very long. But if Velocity can surprise us off the rip, if they can come in with some energy, some momentum, then maybe they got a shot to surprise us. Maybe we can see something that goes the distance. It's only a best of 3. You take one game, you put one of the best teams in the tournament with their backs against the wall. It's, you know, you can very quickly take things.
And if you don't mind, I do want to change the narrative a bit. I want to talk about the players on this ride out and meet 'em squad, you know, and specifically, I want to talk about Pistola. Like, from what I've heard, I talked to Sayin a while ago and asked, I said, hey, has Pistola really been grinding? He's like, I wouldn't say grinding, but he said, like, low key, Pistola actually has been playing this game and getting used to it. And apparently, I mean, it's showing. I remember the first tournament he came back to was right here on Esports Arena, and it was a Slayer game where he topped off with, like, I think it was like 16-9. He was top of the list on his squad, so it shows that he's been putting in that work. And one thing you can't get rid of is the smarts. Like, there's players like Pistola, and I'll even say Penguin, and I would say like Ryan, dude, these players, their skill doesn't come from them just outgunning everybody in their sights. It's their smarts, it's their awareness, it's the way they address the game that really is hard to deal with. And Pistola is one of those guys. You got to get used to the shooting, but you'll never have to get used to that brain. And Pistola's got it.
Yeah. It's the, like you said, the awareness, the positioning, and the timing, right? Somebody like Ola knows knows exactly where to be in his team to do the most damage, to make a big play, to ensure he doesn't give up lives for free. He has that. It's like riding a bike, right? He's got that just ingrained in his psyche, and we're going to see that today. We'll see whether or not Velocity can do anything to stop it, but here we go. It's going to be Callie CTF to kick it off, and Lyrico does a full 360 before he finds a punch to the face.
And you know, we're going to switch gears over towards Penguin, who's able to get that melee kill on Nikolai. So, you know, making it look easy is this boys in red squad, this ride out and meet him. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the term. Maybe someone in the chat maybe there's a reference. I'm a boomer, so I don't know some of these new school references, or anybody wants to get me on top of it. As Saiyan getting the double kill, one thing I do know is good plays, and Saiyan always seems to be making them with that double kill, then gonna hit that body shot with the sniper rifle, and he's not done yet.
Love the movement out of Saiyan here as well. Just a tight strafe to peek in, get the shot, do the damage, and look at this. The lined up headshot on the spawner. He's looking for more here. And smart choice. I mean, probably the only choice out of that player to just dive out of the way immediately, because Saiyan still looking for faces. Almost takes 2, but he'll go down with a spree. And honestly, the man's, I wanted to say done the damage, but somehow Velocity managed to weave through that and get a return.
And we actually have Sensor on this squad. So instead of Sensei, I apologize, in the check-in it said Sensei, but I'm well aware of this young man, Sensor. He used to team back in with Stress over in the earlier sides of Halo 5, and he's been around for a very long time. Very good player, great shot, obviously, and he's even become a veteran in his older age, I guess, as he's slowly starting to become that young gunny, now a veteran, but it's not gonna matter because the real veteran in Pistola gonna drop down, get the slay on the overextenders,
and
they're already relaying the flag.
For a second, I thought they would do something wild, like try to toss that flag out to Penguin, but this is better. Toss it down to center, let the teammates have the shell up on Rockets to hold down the defense. I mean, this is 2 flags in 30 seconds, Tony, back to back. We're looking at textbook Halo here at a ride out and meet them, and I only expect more. We got Rockets up. Penguin going to continue to put the damage in. He's already got elbow side position. Tony, it's game over. This is about to go in again.
Shyway's already calling game, and Penguin might have with that rocket, literally sniping him from that blue cave side. As Airway trying to make his way over towards top catwalk. He has 1 rocket in the chamber. Maybe he can get a quick kill and advance forward, but he's actually gonna whiff it, and now he's have to stay alive. He's have 2, 3 members hunting him down. Trippy gonna be awarded that one. There is a player on Velocity who's going for an off pick on the flag, but he's gonna be taken down, and 4 down go Velocity.
valiant attempt at a Velocity to try to flank through, get themselves a pole. But as that happens, the pressure on in blue base. We talked about Ola, whether or not he'd be making plays today. Here's a play for you, Tony. He got a double. He's got the flag. Likely going to close the game here as well. That flag does sit out, but I'm expecting a return as Ola does take his time making that flag out through the elbow. It looks like he's in the clear, though. That is a 3-0 to close our game one very quickly, and he will team shoot his... Look at that. Just jumping off the map with the snipe. Rideout, they're just having fun. For them, this is it's not serious till they're up against, players like Renegade, C9, the big guns here. So unless Velocity wakes up in Slayer, I expect a similar personality out of these boys in red.
Yeah, I mean, there should be no surprise there. I mean, these guys obviously capture the flag is their bread and butter. They are proven professional players who have been tested throughout the entire time span of Halo 5. So I'm going to be honest, I'm not surprised that they were able to take that game number one. However, Velocity did make it here to the winners quarterfinals for a reason, and it's because they're a damn good squad as well. So going into Slayer, maybe they can surprise, all they got to do is just keep it close and just make as little mistakes as possible. Let the game come to them. And I promise you, maybe you can catch this squad off guard and steal that game 2 Slayer.
Depending on the map, things could, their chances kind of increase and decrease. Like having a sniper in play, let's say it's Plaza and there's a snipe, could be a massive benefit for Velocity if they somehow control it, but it also could swing the game the other way. And we could see 30 to 15 to start or something like that, especially if like Rideout and Meet Them are playing coordinated. This is the thing with where their mindset is at. I'm not really sure if Rideout are coming. It doesn't seem like they're coming at this matchup specifically with a tournament ready mindset. So they might not be playing to like nest spawn trap. They might not be playing to hold perimeters to play, your kind of your cookie cutter, your top level Halo. Instead, they might be playing for themselves. And this is where Velocity might be able to get a chance to make plays. They have to hit the starting strats first, though. Lyrico wasting a little bit of time here, but he does have the snipe. So this is where we need to see some plays, though. Unfortunately, all his friends are dead, Tony. He's about to be dead, too.
3 down, go Velocity within the first, I think it was maybe 12 seconds of the game, leaving Lauricio by himself. The nades coming in on Ola, but it's actually from his teammates. Somehow Ola still able to get away with the sniper rifle. Now we're going to see what young Justin can do with it.
Is it Lauricio? Just to confirm.
That's what I call it. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm going to reach out to him after the tournament and find out the exact pronunciation of his name, but Lauricio has a sexy ring to it. I'm going with Lauricio.
It does sound a little sexier, Tony. That's a good way to put it. So we'll take the Lauricio. We might not see much more of him, unfortunately, because Ola's got a sniper. But we'll see if he pops up on the feed in just a second. Ola going to make his way up to glass. There's our first victim. It's Nikolai down for the count. Ola, what else could he put together here? One up on snipe side. We got one over in mid as well. Ola in the best position to line up his targets, make some plays here if his teammates don't pick him up first. There's one on the airway. Looking up into S4, but can't snap. Instead, Lauricio up on the feet, but with a 5 this time.
I promise you, I've played Money 8s with these guys plenty of times on this Velocity squad, and they know how to click that reset button. They know exactly what they need to do in order to come back in this game. Don't count them out just yet, as Trippy just. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea what I just looked at right there. It was really embarrassing. But either way, don't count Velocity out just yet. Don't judge them by that one play. Judge them by the yard spawn trap that's about to happen.
Yeah, they are dying in yard, unfortunately. Looks like Saiyan and team will take 3, and now 4 dead. That's going to flip the spawn over to Nest as well. And look at this. Ola and team, they're ready for it. Ola going from under. Teammates up in Cafe. This is a flank that Ola can take advantage of. Instead, looks like he is one step ahead here. He'll get shots into glass. He'll spin on a dime, kill the player looking at OS. So Ola, you can tell he is locked in. He knows where to look. He knows where to stand. Spawners still coming up on this side, and they are just being oppressed off a spawn. They got no choices. They can't move here, Tony.
And it's funny because, Alex, you said earlier that you were actually worried about a 30-15 run if Rideout go on that with the sniper rifle, but it's so far it's 27-9, so that ain't much better. As Zayn and Trippy going to get back-to-back kills, we have a collapse coming in all the way towards bottom glass, and you said you were worried about them, not worried about the spawn trap, but Trippy hanging out top dip was ready for it, but not winning his individual battle against Airway. I told you, yeah, these guys, they can catch you off guard. They got some good skill. They have that clutch factor. Now it's about execution, and easier said than done, if you will.
Yes, like you said, I was worried about whether or not they would be worried about the spawn trap. And yes, it turns out they are. They are spawn trapping the hell out of them, Tony. It's not ideal for blue team here. They do have the snipe and a relatively full snipe, a completely full snipe at that. That's one shot into Penguin, so great work out of Sensor here. Got to turn two, but not going to be able to do it. That snipe now in the hands of Red. New spawners up in Hotel. We'll see Lauricio, who's trying to get away, but gets Blaine in the back of the head by Trippy, who is hunting Wabbits here. Not looking good. I like the jump thrust attempt just to get out of the line of sight of this laser beam.
And once again, the collapse coming in on the blue side of things. Trippy getting caught a bit off guard by Lauricio, but it doesn't matter because he hits the body shot, gets the snipe punch, and they're now 8 kills away from taking this game. And I mean, look at the scoreboard. I don't want to call a game, but let's be serious, Alex. Let's be serious.
It's like my report card scores. You don't want to look at them. They're so bad, Tony. This is not the ideal situation for blue team. Let's just put them out of their misery here. 4 kills left to close it, make it 3 as Trippy just continues to hit every single shot. He's got nades coming into Cafe here. This is going to keep the players back on spawn as his teammates fly through the front door to pick up the final 3 kills, make it 2 here. Trippy and team. Let's see him grab it. Nades coming in. Hit markers going out. Can Penguin finish it? Looks like Penguin was the one to get the last kill in a trade. A 50-18. Tony, I don't know the last time I saw such a decimation in Slayer, but that's a steak if I ever saw it.
I mean, and that's what happens when you're playing against some of the best of the best. We're talking Penguin, Saiyan, Trippy, and the veteran Pistola. I mean, I'm not sure if that was a winner's bracket quarterfinals matchup or them playing some core play just to get that extra XP on featured. You got to put the legendary XP boost because they're trying to get to 152 so you get that very special armor coating going into Halo Infinite.
If you want to put all that grind time in, by all means. But yeah, that was a much quicker way to close a game. Thankfully, a lot quicker than grinding to 152. Either way, great series out of Ride out and Meet Them. We expected them to play well. We expected them to push through to the end of the winners bracket. What we want to see more so, of course, is the next competitor, is the later half of winners. We've already identified our winners finalists on one side. We've got Rideout and Meet Them, who might have to fight through a couple more to get over to winners finals on the other, but we still have some top level competition to get ready for. Let's send it over to Yeso to break over what we just saw. Not too much to break down.
Thank you, Shyway. Plenty of fragging from Rideout and Meet Them to break down there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and a dominant performance there from Rideout and Meet Them, taking out Velocity, and they move on to winners round 4. I believe our winners semifinals there. So Rideout and Meet Them with a strong performance and certainly a favorite here in today's tournament. But the trek only gets more difficult as you're going to have to run into squads like we saw earlier in the day. Let's check out our post-game stats here for a second match of the day, and we'll just check that out. Yep, quick strong victory there, the 3-0 on CTF to start off the series. Rideout and Meet Them looking real good. Penguin with 2 caps there, and sadly Velocity not even able to get a point on the board as we check out our next page of stats here. We'll look at those kill stats for this first map, and look at that. Pistola, 14 kills, 4 assists, just 3 deaths. Look, nobody on Rideout and Meet Them above 5 kills, and Sensor leading the way for Velocity with just 6 kills to his name and an assist. It's rough when you run into a squad like this, stars on the Ride Out and Meet Them roster, and they rode out and met Velocity with an absolute buzzsaw here in this best of 3. Let's check out our final stats page here for our game on Coliseum, and look at Pistola, 12.3 KDA. Look at those accuracy numbers. Everybody up over 53%. Look at that, 59.6, 60.9, and 64% from Saiyan. So that is 2 games today where we've seen someone with a 64 plus, a 64% or more accuracy rating. So just saying, hitting all of his shots in that first game. Meanwhile, again, tough for the Velocity squad. Some okay numbers there. Good accuracy, 52.8, 52.7 for Sensor and Nikolai, but that is a star-studded squad you're going up against, and they dropped 3-0 on the first map as we head over to Slayer. The second one here, and it was Penguin and Saiyan leading the way, 15 and 14 kills respectively. Look at those assist numbers. 3 players, Saiyan, Trippy, and Pistola, with double digits assists, and even Penguin with 9 to his name. Most deaths there at just 6. And you heard Shyway talking about it. That is a steak dinner, the 50-18 victory. Just 4 minutes and 50 seconds for that second map, and they take the win. We'll check out our second page of stats here for the second map. And we'll jump over to the next page. If we don't have it, that's no worries. Yeah, okay. We don't have the rest of the stats. That's okay. I think we, as Shyway mentioned, not a lot of breakdown there. It was just dominant there from Ride Out and Meet Them. And as I mentioned, one of our favorites here on the day. They look really strong, but as I mentioned, things are only going to get more difficult as we go later and later in the tournament. We are going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we come back, we will continue our Microsoft Sunday action here at Esports Arena. We'll see you back in a few.
Ladies and gentlemen, our day of Halo continues. Welcome back to Esports Arena. So far, we have witnessed 2 matches in the winner's side bracket. We've got more coming up, of course. We're going to stay on board with Ride Out and Meet Them. They dominated the last series, Tony, but this time they're going up against Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice are no slouch. This is one of the top teams in the Latin American community. Curious to see how they're looking today. Sometimes they're playing incredibly well, so if we caught them on a good day, maybe they can give us a show.
And yeah, they're running a little bit of a different roster here. So I saw there was Luffy, Zark, Bullet, and Rorsch that came in for the check-in. This is the first time that we're seeing an iteration with Luffy, to my knowledge. I mean, I would say maybe earlier on in Esports Arena, but this is a little bit different for them. Usually they have, I believe it's like Magico or somebody coming in, but Luffy's a good player. This is a free-for-all specialist, and if you're able to play free-for-all, obviously you can win your pivotal gunfights.
Okay, so you know a little bit about Luffy, you're saying. Is he also from Latin America?
Yes, he is.
Okay, all right. Well, interesting. They got some new blood here. Like you said, FFA specialist. I was watching some Frosty. He's been telling me that FFA is not as good a judge of skill as it used to be. But, like you said, he could still win his piv. So let's see what he can do in a situation like this. Up against the big guns, up against Ride Out and Meet Them, who are looking better than ever today, Tony. That's that Slayer that we just watched on Plaza has to be the most dominant Slayer I think we've seen in a while. So if Ride Out and Meet Them are playing anything like they were last series, then Fire and Ice are in trouble. Where do you think, if Fire and Ice are to do anything to make a comeback in this series to surprise us, where do you think it's going to happen?
Well, I mean, Fire and Ice, they're I mean, no disrespect to Velocity, great job for them to make in the winners quarterfinals, but Fire and Ice, this is another level of competition. They may not be up to, Ride Out and Meet Them as far as, professional, North American players, but they've been running the LATM scene. It's always been them and PK going back and forward. And sometimes they even borrow each other's players as well. I would say I would not be surprised if they come up in this objective strongholds, but I really want to see them take advantage of maybe Slayer, but 50 to 18 the last time we saw this squad in Slayer doesn't really give me much to think about.
Yeah, they are stealing the show, but Fire and Ice, they could steal it right back if they could start out strong. And so far, they do have the camo, so we could see some play. So Rock has camo. Trippy has rail, though. This is a good counter if he can use it effectively. There is one player hiding right below Nest, but look at this. Trippy is aware of it. Nade's already in. Hit marker. He's tagged him up. He's got his teammate directly above to clean up that kill. That should be a Nest side capture, but Trippy's still got some work to do. Players directly above him. We'll see if he can sniff one out with the rail here. Does manage to weave through the cracks, and a shotty in the back pocket. He wants that kill on the camo, but instead he gets back smacked. Unfortunate series of events there. Fire and Ice, they'll take advantage.
Not able to hit that bank shot. The scatter shot isn't as good as that weapon that we saw in the Halo Infinite trailer that was really bouncing off of walls. Rorsch able to come out with the nade kill on Saiyan. Zark goes after Penguin. That player kind of trapped over towards Tower 2 as Rorsch taking out Ola, his teammate, on Yellow Maze. Trippy getting a shotty to the body. Rorsch gonna be taken down by Trippy, and Luffy going in for the collapse. So great job by this young Latin American roster.
A hot start out of Fire and Ice here. They do have the lead to start. Zarok actually a flyby onto Just Saying there. Didn't see him and pays the price for it. Unfortunate. Looks like 2 caps now in the favor of Ride Out and Meet Them as they do succeed in resetting basement. They're going to elapse their score as well. Spawners up in bunker side here. So Ola and team, they're going to look to put pressure on the spawners, though Ola's lost his teammates. Going to try to back out here, and good live out of him just to delay the situation. He's got nades coming in, but still getting tagged up here. Players of Fire and Ice going to do everything they can to break out of center. It looks like their point of control is going to be basement. You got 3 members in the basement as well. But Ride Out and Meet Them, they're ready to counter. Look at this. On top of Ola coming in to get the kills, they already have BR base in check.
20-14 lead in favor of Ride Out and Meet Them. We're going to hop on board with one of the representatives in Trippy as he actually, he's going to go all the way down into the trenches, shoots down Camouflage, but not able to get the grab or even the burn. 3 down for this red team squad, and Fire and Ice starting off hot. They're getting the slays. They now have 2 caps on the board. They are sucking the energy out of the room and might end up taking the lead in this game number 1.
All comes down to what they can do with these camo pickups. They had that first one, I believe, It was Rorsch who picked up the second. Not sure if he was taken out. They do have the rail as well, as Bullet does everything he can to live with it, but he will drop it. Trippy, in the meantime, tagged up from multiple angles. Teammates there to help, though. We got Team Fire coming through on all sides outside map here. Penguin looking for the camo player, and he found him, but he did his job. He got the damage in. Teammate comes out, deletes him, and now they can get back outside control. Spawners coming up will dive into BR base, but the map has been flipped, and the pressure back on. No thanks to Saiyan, who's got the shotty.
Fire and Ice was able to take their first lead of the game, but not for long, as right out and Meadham just got a nasty double, the 2 down. Saiyan getting the 5-shot kill. That player in bunker is going to be caught by himself, and Rorsch, he's going to be taken down, and they're working on the trip cap, which just goes in right now. 34-28 lead in favor of Rideout and Meadham.
The snowball's starting to roll here, Tony. You can see these players getting picked off of spawn. New spawners up in Carbine, and Saiyan immediately getting the shots in to get the kill. They flip the map. Now it's bunker side spawns, but Saiyan, he's flipped his position. Look at this. He's ready to put the damage in. They can't even breathe off a spawn. That's Ola and Penguin with kills. We're past 50 points. They're still holding full map control here as they dive between Carbine and bunker spawn and just suffocate these boys immediately.
Scatter shot in the back pocket of Saiyan as Fire and Ice trying to make a run over towards basement. 2 down, go right on. They were able to grab it, but now they need a second point in order to put some caps, in order to put some points on the board here. 7 minutes and 42 seconds, so there should have been a camouflage coming up either recently or coming up soon. Railgun in the hands of Bullet. He knows what to do with it. He takes out Penguin, and I'm not sure, but I think Ola might have gotten away with that camo.
We'll see if that comes to play in a second. I mean, on top of the fact that Trippy's now earned himself the rail as well. You've got 2 players over a bunker. I don't know how Trippy managed to hit that shot onto Zarak, but that's got to hurt. Going to keep him back on spawn as well. Put insult to injury at this point, because I'm not sure if they have the wherewithal to make the comeback here, Tony. They're dropping like flies. Multiple dead. Trippy, he hits it on top tower. They'll get themselves a trip cap once again. And Trippy, he's not hesitating to put pressure on here. We'll stop for a nade for just a second, but look at this. They can't even get the nest.
And let me tell you, Fire and Ice put their first lead on the board earlier in the game and made it 28-27. But since then, they haven't put a single point on the board. Luckily, 3 down, go right out and meet them. As right now, we're trying to make advances towards BR base so they can finally put some momentum on their side. Because like I said, since that 28 point, they haven't put a single point on the board. Finally getting a 2 cap, but it's a too little too late. Right out and meet them have already passed that 90-point portion of the game and only 10 more seconds of gameplay.
You see Saiyan do a double take there. There was a dead body sitting in the corner, and he wasn't sure if it was dead or alive. It just wasn't moving. He had to check twice. Either way, he had the time to do it because Trippy will pick up a double. Another cap on the BR base. We're at 90 points and counting. Looking like the game will be closed here unless Fire and Ice pull something wild out of their butts here, Tony, but I'm not expecting it. We're at 95. Spawner's going to fly into the face of Ola, who's just turning 2 at a time here. Penguin picks up 1. Trippy with the other. Somehow Ola survives through thick and thin here. He gets a kill on the Luffy just to put them down in the grave here with a 100-35 scoreline for game 1. If that's the kind of momentum they've got to kick it off, I can only imagine what Slayer is going to look like, Tony.
And thankfully, Fire and Ice didn't pull anything out of their butts because I wouldn't want any part of it as Rideout go out and take game number 1. Trippy with an incredible MVP-like performance, going with 10.0 KDA, had the most captures in the game and on his team. Fantastic job by young Trippy.
I mean, he was looking nasty for sure. We saw him with the rail. We saw him just kind of bobbing and weaving, getting into BR base, stopping captures, moving back over to engine 3 to cross out nest. And I mean, the rail helps ensure that you get those kills, but really we saw that control throughout with the rail, with the shoddy. The camo, though, on the other side, Fire and Ice, in the early game, they had the first camo, they had the second camo, and I think that's a big part of the reason why they secured 28 points. The moment they lost those resources, everything slipped out of control. We saw full map domination, a trip cap that I think lasted for a good 25 to 30 seconds as the team just kind of bounced back and forth, right? They were on bunker, on carbine, which is your typical full map control. If you can secure it, it's very difficult for teams to hold down that kind of rotation where you're going back and forth between spawns. But, you know, just testament to the boys on Rideout to meet them to manage something like that. I only expect more in Slayer here. I'm curious to see what the map will be. Though I guess if this series is the same as the last, Tony, we probably get what, Truth next?
It could be. And mind you, I want to point out that you did say Fire and Ice did grab that camouflage 1 or 2 times, and the reason why they were able to get that early lead when they put that 28th point on the board. Maybe, that shows me some life. Maybe they can do the same thing here. Grab that camouflage, grab it a couple of times, and really utilize it to ride them out on their back foots. But as of right now, Ola doing a good job of grabbing that camo and now putting it on that P1 player, even almost able to stay alive over towards bottom mid, but he is going to be taken down.
For a second, I thought he was going to somehow survive there, but they do manage to kill him. Tony, you did say if they secure the camos, they got a chance to start out hot here. The worry is that if they don't secure them, the opposite could happen. They could get kind of decimated. Either way, so far so good for Fire and Ice. They had the lead by 2 here. Bullet going to fly into red and secure yet another kill. A 3-shot beatdown would really put down, I believe that was Trippy, but instead he got red barred. Will live, unfortunately, and Trippy going to do more damage here.
Zark staying alive over towards top P, but taking heavy damage. Has that player in front of him, misses the melee, and that's gonna really go in favor of our boys in red. Saiyan, Trippy getting back-to-back kills, and 3 down go Fire and Ice.
All of a sudden, the lead changes hands here. Right out to meet them, holding on to the advantage. 3 players in red base. 1 player was in car bubble, but Saiyan just 1 step ahead as he turns on a swivel there. Remaining 2 players now stuck in red, and look at the timing as his teammates push up from both sides. The pincer just to clean them up here. Ola looking for one of them, though. He does get shot in the back. He'll get turned in a bit of a series of events there. Either way, it looks like a tie still on the board here. Fire and Ice doing everything they can to hold on and make a game out of this.
They are, and they're doing a good job clawing their way into it. They're staying and keeping it close, and that's, half the battle right there. Now you have to put those slays in, put them 3 down, punish the spawns, and really start to take the lead and take control. We're now reaching the 10-minute point of the game, so there should be a camouflage coming up. Vorsh able to take out Ola. Bullet goes after Penguin, and there's a player finally trying to stay alive towards bottom red, catching some nades, the Zark, and wow. Big kill by Saiyan, non-advantageous position, allows him, obviously gets the kill, and then allows his teammates to come in and get his back.
Roar's doing everything he can to survive here. This is huge. That camo, not sure if it was picked up. I don't see it at the moment. I do see Trippy who's going down for the count here. That's a spree out of Roarsh. Good work out of him just to keep things close, keep the advantage in their favor. Saiyan, just a turret, putting shots into 2 there. Penguin there in time to clean 1. Saiyan still going to try to live, though. Nades coming out of Carside will put him down quickly, but Ola here to turn the favor. Ola can't get the kill, though. That player going to be a hard target. And as they continue to bait and switch and be difficult kills, we ride this out quite close here at the midway point. Ola, there's a couple moments with the movement here where I feel like I can see a bit of the rust on Ola. But the shot, he's definitely clean there, that's for sure. What a double.
No doubt about it. He can win his pivotal battles, and I said it before, it's really about that Halo IQ, and trust me, Pistola has a 27-25 lead in favor of Ride Out and Meet 'em. Ola gets another kill on Luffy. Saiyan able to take out Wash. Penguin goes after Bullet, and another 3 down for Fire and Ice. Stop me if that sounds familiar. I feel like I'm repeating myself. 3 down go Fire and Ice over and over and over in the series.
I mean, despite the situation, they are still somewhat holding on here. The lead is widening, though. Nate's coming up into P2 just to keep Trippy away. Trippy taking full advantage of this power position. He's got Tommy sitting underneath the red base as well, so the attack is in session here. Can they take the most of this situation, though? You got multiple in red base. Penguin takes 1. Trade comes out. Penguin looking for a second here as he dives out forward to clean it up. Melee in for the double. Saiyan with 1 as well. And all of a sudden, what was once a close game is we're nearing the 10-kill deficit here. If I'm reading that correctly, I can't tell if it's a 28 or a 26, Tony. Either way, it's not looking good. We're at 36 for red team here. Camo about to pop as well, and Penguin, he's ready for it.
I'm sorry, I was just watching Pistola's screen, and let me tell you, he slid into those DMs, and clearly things went well, because he's about to ride out and meet them, go all the way over to bottom blue, wins that individual gunfight on Wash when he was 1 shot. Penguin grabbing his camouflage actually on screen. We're seeing Trippy on the other side drop the double kill. Penguin dropping down into bottom red, not gonna matter, because Saiyan slaying everybody in sight.
39 kills and counting, and Penguin with a little bit of camo to work with. He's got teammates behind him just to get that early aggro here. Penguin, look at this janitor come in, and he actually doesn't pick up any of the kills here. Instead, he will get the melee for one. Ola with a pickup on the nade, now 42 points here. Two players up in blue base, and Trippy, he's already got an advance onto one. Penguin doing everything he can with the remainder of the camo to get himself a spree and a double across the map. This is it for this game in this series, Tony. I don't see how Fire and Ice make any sort of a comeback on this pressure.
And with only 4 more kills needed, I'm going to have to agree with you. Penguin doing a good job of staying alive and like a good quarterback, keeping his eyes up at all times and ready to put down even more damage and drop that touchdown on them, if you will. Ola able to take out Zark off the screen. Trippy goes at Bullet, 49 kills. Saiyan drops the nade, ends up coming in. Trippy stealing that kill away from him, but either way, it's all that's necessary for Ride Out and Meet 'em to come out with the game and this series, Alex.
Tony, Ride Out and Meet Them are looking kind of unstoppable today. Just off of the series we saw previously, which was absolute decimation, and then this series as well, a very strong finish in game one. I think it was 100 to 28 for game one. Game two, nearly a stake. It was close for the first half, but Ride Out and Meet Them, they found their opening. They pulled away, especially with those camo plays we saw out of Penguin, and I think Ola previously. It looked rough for anyone up against them. Does this mean that they might be able to pull through the whole tournament here, Tony? They're kind of looking fierce for now. Let's see what Yeso thinks, actually. We'll send it over to him. He'll break it all down.
Thank you, gentlemen. Continuing to crush it on the cast as always. And we see Ride Out and Meet Them take a strong victory there over Fire and Ice. And Fire and Ice, one of those squads, if you watch Tony cast our Microsoft Sundays, that is one of those squads he really loves and really kind of feels like one of those dark horse candidates to challenge for a title here on a weekly basis on Microsoft Sundays. But the hard part is you're going to regularly have to get through probably 2 to 3 of these star-studded squads at that caliber of a Ride Out and Meet Them, of a Frosties, of an IC9, and that is a tough task to do. Let's check out our post-game stats here for our third match of the day, and we start over on Strongholds, which was a strong victory here for Ride Out and Meet Them. You see that 100 to 35 scoreline, really good start there for Ride Out and Meet Them. Let's check out the kill stats here for this first game. Swap over to that next page, and there it is. Yep, 15 kills, 18 for Pistola. And you see how difficult it is. You're trying to get control of these sites, and when you can only get double-digit frags out of 2 players, Rorsch and Luffy there at 10 and 11 respectively, you're just going to have trouble getting on and controlling these sites. All players there on Ride Out and Meet Them up in the double digits. Plenty of assists as well. Penguin with the least at 7, 8, 9, and 11 there for Saiyan. So great first game for Ride Out and Meet Them, and it looked like they were going to carry that right into Slayer and dominate the second map. We'll check out our final stats page here. Oh yeah, no, we can go. That's okay, that's okay. Look, great accuracy. Let's go to the second map, because I think the point I really want to make here is Ride Out and Meet Them looked like they were going to take that momentum and just dominate the second one, but we actually saw Fire and Ice come out really strong here on Slayer. We moved over to Truth, and this was tightly contested through those first 20 to 25 kills. We saw that 50 to 18 win earlier on in our series, and it was looking like after game one that may be a repeat this time around, but it wasn't. Fire and Ice kept it within a few kills all the way into those mid-20s, but the problem is when a squad of the caliber of Ride Out and Meet Them starts to get a little bit of momentum, they just run away with it. We saw them close at about 25, and then Ride Out and Meet Them pulled away. They get that 50 to 36 score line here, just under a 6-minute victory. Look at that. Penguin and Trippy up at 14 kills. Everybody fragging out real well. 12 and 10 there for Saiyan, and Pistola, respectively. Bullet and Rorsch still fragging well, though. Look, 12 kills apiece, 8 and 7 there on the assist numbers, but it just wasn't enough. Great start to the game from Fire and Ice, but they got to that midpoint and just started to sputter out, and as soon as Ride Out and Meet Them saw a little bit of weakness, they took it and ran with it. We'll check out our next stats page here for this second map. And there it is. Look at great headshot numbers. Trippy hitting a lot of heads, couple of perfect kills to his name as well. Meanwhile, none for Fire and Ice. We'll check out our final page of stats here for the second map. It's one thing that I've kind of talked about over the last few weekends when, you know, you only have a best of 3 and there's only two ways that these scorelines can come out. You're either getting a 2-0 or a 2-1, so it's hard to draw a lot from those series scorelines. A 2-0 is rarely as lopsided as maybe the scoreline would show you. And this is one of those cases where it almost isn't. It looked like it would be, right? After that first map, we look at that scoreline, we say this is probably just a beatdown 2-0, but I'm proud of Fire and Ice coming out, starting strong on the second map. Sadly, it wasn't enough to grab them a win, but I think there's a lot for them to build on here as they head to the losers bracket for a run there. And look at that. I was talking earlier on in the day, I believe the highest I had seen was a 64.9% accuracy rating for a player through all the Microsoft Sundays we've done since the Kellogg's 25K. And Saiyan tops it off there. Look at 69.8% here on a Slayer. He doesn't lead in damage or KDA, but when he was taking his shots, he was not missing, hitting 7 out of 10 shots, grabbing the 7.0 KDA. That is impressive from Saiyan and the entire squad. And then it just shows once the rest of the team kind of settled in, Saiyan was fragging out, the rest of the squad followed suit, and they rolled it through to a very solid 2-0 victory. We're ready to keep it rolling, though. We've got another match ready for you folks as Microsoft Sundays continue. Let's head back to Why Not in Choway to keep it rolling.
Thank you, Yeso. It seems like regardless of the competitor, we've seen this team ride out and meet them every single time with a force that's just unparalleled in this tournament so far, Tony. But that might all change with our next series. We have winners finals coming up next, so ride out and meet them is going to ride out and meet Frosties, a whole new challenger. And this challenger is no slouch. This is the top echelon, the top tier in our tournament today. I'm expecting a brawl, a bloodbath in this one. Tony, what do you think?
I mean, I'm going to have to agree with you. I mean, obviously, these two teams made it into the winners finals for a reason. These guys are absolutely no joke. Frosties, we saw earlier in the winners semi, they actually beat IC9 in order to get here, while we actually just watched Ride Out and Meet Them go against Fire and Ice to get here in a 2-0 sweep. So this is going to be a good matchup. I'm ready. Yeah. I'm ready for this.
I'm definitely ready too. I mean, so far, right on to meet them, they've done work against some good rosters, but lower tier rosters by comparison. Frosties on the other side had to go up against quite a juggernaut, right? That was Renegade, Stellar. Who are the other two players to round that out, Tony? That was a hell of a roster they beat.
Falcated and Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Right. Foul, Boo Boo, Renegade, Stellar. That's a top tier roster that Frosties had to, I want to say, maybe even... hard to say whether it's an upset, but it was definitely a great performance they had to fight through to get to this spot, whereas Ride Out and Meet Them has had a bit of an easier time. So if anything, you would say maybe Frosties are in a great position. They're already kind of warm. They already kind of know they're ready to go up against that top tier competition. Ride Out, you know, when you're playing lower level players, you feel comfortable. Sometimes you start to apply habits that may not work in a high stakes competitive environment. I don't know. I'm just adding a bit of a storyline here, but Tony, what's your prediction? What do you think?
I got to stay with my boys, Frosties. You know, I love an underdog story. And once again, when you look at both of these teams on paper, I think a lot of people are going to be voting for Ride Out and Meet Them. I'm going to go a little bit against the grain. I'm going Frosties. And as my man Anvor said in the chat, I mean, he said it, Super CC, he's consistent and he's just built different.
CC has been looking nasty recently. I don't blame you, Tony. I trust you to follow your heart. Despite that, I'm going to go against you. I'm going to go with Ride Out and Meet Them. They've been looking too good today. It looks like we got a sneak preview of our map, by the way. It's going to be Fathom CTF to start the series. We'll reset it very quickly here, but you got the camo. You got the rail to fight over. This map is always a brawl. I love to see it go the distance here, Tony. What would you expect to see off the rip? Who would you like to start with in this game as well?
You know what? We just saw Ride Out and Meet Them, so I would like to hop on somebody on this Frosty squad. Maybe we can even show Druck some love. And as far as what I want to see these teams just get somebody on one of the perimeters. I don't even care if it's their silo or garage side. Get somebody on the perimeter. Make sure that they're locking it down and able to put shots on the overextenders coming off of spawn and run that flag towards them. So if you have somebody on that garage side, you're going to want to run it river. If there's somebody on that silo side, you're going to want to run it bottom mid. And as long as you do that, you're probably going to be successful as Septify able to open things up by taking out Trippy, Drug getting right in the enemy lines, taking out that player, and that's going to be 3 down for Ride Out and Meet 'em.
Tony, you said it. You got to secure that perimeter, and Druck right off the bat, he flew over to Silo, got the kills, made it to red base, but unfortunately taken out shortly after. The big reason why he went down, he wasn't sure where the camo was. Penguin disrupted absolutely everything. They were 3 dead, but not knowing where Penguin is will delay your team, because you know this man is a force. With the camo with the rail, he could do serious damage here. So Penguin going to back up, try to hold it down from top mid here. They can make a play off of this if he doesn't fall off the map first.
You know what? If first you don't succeed, try again. As Penguin gonna use that railgun to take out Drug, getting right into the enemy lines as a player over in the engine side. He does check it and gets a kill because of it. Talik goes down. Trippy takes out Super CC, and Penguin he ended the Pro Series with the most flag caps in the game, and that's because he's always in the enemy team base when it matters most. He's able to get that flag despite the fumbles, still gets it over to their side.
Oh, look at this, getting kills as he goes as well. Great plays at a Penguin, puts the flag in. That's 1-0 to start the game, all off of a camo pickup. So great execution there. Looks like the pressure's not over, though. Frosties, they're looking to turn a quick counter here. They do have the flag in hand, I believe. I don't see the runner. There he is, runner up in Treehouse here. They got the defense on the overextenders already coming in here. So Septify bumping into a teammate up on top mid. He slowed down a bit here, but they have done their job. They've got the damage in here. Septify looking like he's in the clear. Got a couple more nades and shots to avoid to make sure he sinks it in, but that's a nice little counter out of the boys on Frosties.
So we just saw Septify and Penguin both utilize that Flagnum a bit, and that was one thing I didn't see in the Infinite trailer. I didn't see the Flagnum. I saw you can sprint with the flag, but I did not see that Flagnum as Frosties going 3 down. And just saying with the LR, Ola with the railgun, what's gonna happen here, Alex?
And no Flagnum's going to be very interesting, Tony. These boys not going to be able to make the same kinds of plays. Instead, they will have to work as a team to protect that flag carrier. In the meantime, Ola, he's going to need a teammate also, because despite his rail pickup, he got flanked on. Penguin might be able to turn this around into something that benefits Rideout, though. You can see Penguin with the sticky in. I think he landed. He lands 2 as well. Nice little 2 for 2 with the stickies there, but Penguin camo off the board.
That's 2 blueberries for this enemy team. 3 more, because 5 keeps the doctor away, so 3 more and they're going to be good. Tied up at 1 apiece. Druck and Septify getting big 5-shot kills off the screen. That's going to leave Ola pretty much by himself with this railgun, but it's not going to matter because this man's a one-man army. Takes out Septify, but he's going to go down. Luckily, Trippy had time to spawn up and play a little bit of defense here.
And those 2 big defensive kills out of Ola completely shut down Frosty's attempt to get into red base. Trippy instead going to try to come back and fight back here, though it looks like he's a little outmanned, and he'll be taken down in the courtyard. CC, who's got some advanced timing through bottom mid. Teammate already putting shots into top mid here. CC going to weave on through center. Looks like Frosties might be mounting another attack here under red base. They need to get the Slays first, so this is huge. You can see they're already trying to unify around red base here. Talik and Septify pick up 2 big ones. Septify, he stays alive. It's another kill on the Penguin. Player spawned up in Generator. He will trade out. That flag ideally going to be pulled, and it looks like Septify will grab it. No choice but to take it out to Elbow. He's lost his teammates. He's going to take damage for doing this, and he can't get to the treehouse. It was a valiant attempt, but not successful.
And, you know, I don't know if it actually mattered in that one, but he did run the flag with the light rifle as his main weapon, which doesn't give you that same mobility as the pistol. So I'm wondering, maybe if the timing was just right, if he had that pistol out and he was running the flag, maybe he could have got that little bit of difference, got behind the wall before the nades actually came in. I guess we'll never know, as Saiyan has that light rifle. It may not be good for running flag, but let me tell you, it's really good for putting shots down. Talik getting the double kill off the screen, light rifle in hands, the nade comes in, shots are going down. Trippy takes out Talik, and Saiyan finally gonna be taken down.
Tony, I will say the light rifle shoots slower out of flag pickups, but it doesn't slow down your movement speed. So that's not the reason for him not getting that flag through. Regardless of what weapon you're holding, the speed you run the flag is still going to be the same. Your draw time is going to be different. But CC, he knows that. He's got the BR out, but he's still going to run this flag and try to get kills with it despite it. Looks like they won't succeed yet again, though. That flag being defended and returned immediately. And on top of that, Septify, who now dies, spawners up in the elbow. They can collect that flag and look to pull another flag cap here. They've got it out through bottom mid. Can they do anything to stop it, though? Players already made it over to the porch here. The generator defense coming in as Penguin getting tagged on multiple sides. That's 3 dead and a successful defense. This might be another counter, Tony.
The fourth player going to go down. Talik able to grab that flag, and he's on the move, running it all the way treehouse side, going to go all the way over to his silo. And this might just be a counter cap. Luckily, there's 2 overextenders for Ride Out and Meet 'em in the enemy team's base. Ola gets a kill. Saiyan gets a kill. Ola gets a double kill. And just like that, all the momentum being sucked out from Frosties, they're going to have to play defense and stop the flag because now it's going in the opposite way. Ride Out and Meet 'em are going to, I guess, in danger of capping this flag.
Looking like we're playing a game of Spartan Pong here, Tony. We had flag out to blue, then back to red, then back to blue, and finally to red to get a capture, bringing us to 2-1 here. Ride Out and Meet Them. They seem to win in the battle of attrition, but we'll see what happens in the war that remains here. What a double out of Trippy, by the way. He's still got more to work with. Spawners up on elbow and Trippy. Oh, you know he's going to tag him up. That's a spree out of him. Nades coming into elbow. The cavalry is here as they dive into the windows. Trippy, he sniffs out one spawner over on Silo, and he's already got a bead on him. Put this man down, and you win the game. He knows what to do. He'll get the kill. I'm pretty sure they've just won it off of this play. A beautiful sequence of events here. The defenders coming in to try to stop it, but it's not good enough. Penguin with another 2 just to add insult to injury, but that should be a GG for game 1. Ride Out to Meet Them. They close it confidently.
3-1 win, and great job by Trippy. You brought it up before. He really watched that overextender come in, and that player was the only one who might have been able to stop the flag, could have pulled that flag out and maybe baited out in the courtyard, but Trippy puts an end to that, and that's a large reason why they were able to come out with that cap and ultimately the win in game number 1.
Absolutely. The teamwork in the end, massive for sure. Unfortunate that we saw the back and forth that we did, though, right? Because we saw some great plays out of Frosties to turn a bad situation into their favor. They got a full round of slays, picked up flag, brought it back to their base, but then the same kind of rinse and repeat happens. These teams are so efficient at overextending off a spawn and just getting that massive defensive kill to delay the team enough for their teammates to come in, continue to put the defenses up, get the slays. When we see that round of slays, we know that flag, there's no chance it's going in anymore. Just turns out Ride Out to Meet Them. They were just ready. They were consistent in their approach and their comeback to the point where they finally pulled out that second flag. And then after that second flag, it just seemed like everything started to click for Ride Out and Meet Them. All that's left here is Slayer for the series, though, of course, we could take it to 3 if Frosties wants to turn it on in game 2 here, Tony.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit worried. I mean, obviously, we've seen this Ride Out and Meet 'em squad in Slayer. We've seen them dominate back in the winners quarterfinals where they won 50-18. It was literally, it was textbook Plaza Slayer. So hopefully we're not going back to Plaza for this Slayer and maybe getting something else. But I will say, Frosties is not the same as Velocity. This squad is absolutely proven. They've been tested, and maybe they can come out with that win in game 2 and force a game 3. That would be quite interesting.
Frosty's definitely a different beast, like you said. This is not like any team Ride Out Meet Them has faced today. So in Slayer, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something wild out of them. Comes down to power weapon control, comes down to what map we land on as well. The power weapons might be limited if we're on Truth, if we're on Regret. We'll see. But can they clutch? Do they have the ice? Do they have the clutch factor, Tony? That's really what it's going to come down to. You're going up against incredible talent on Ride Out. They've showed no signs of slowing down today. They have mopped up everyone, especially in Slayer, as you said. So we'll see. Frosties, they got to give us a show.
I mean, you asked if they have that ice. Their name is Frosties. I mean, what other team would have that ice besides a team named Frosties? No, but honestly, I truly believe they can get over the hump. And one thing I'm wondering who's coaching this squad. You have Callis coaching the Flyer squad normally, and then you have Jam I Am normally coaching KCP. Either way,
Sure.
I'm going to say maybe the coach can keep them on track, make sure that they're blocking the right spawns, ultimately getting the power-ups if that's going to be necessary. I think it matters.
It definitely does. I wonder what they're running as far as coaches today, especially considering these rosters are kind of mix and match, not really teams that you typically see together. So they might even go no coach, and just go for it, see what they can put together as their squad. If they're confident enough, I wouldn't be surprised, especially a team like Ride Out and Meet Them. They probably believe in their own skill to not even worry about the other elements. Only if they're put against a wall would I imagine, maybe a coach will come into the fold here, really help secure the win. But today, just looks like another day on the job until they are proven otherwise. But we'll see the Slayer map game type in just a second, and maybe that'll give us a little bit more info here. But of course, that and then the opening strat, I think, really going to set what happens next as far as the outcome of game 2.
So I just took a little peek, and it looks like the next map is going to be Coliseum Slayer. I'm not sure exactly who that kind of favors. Maybe you can give us a little bit of insight here. You're obviously a professional analyst. Who do you think maybe it has the advantage here on Coliseum Slayer?
I mean, whoever has the weapons has the advantage, Tony. It's pretty much all it is, right? You got the snipe more important than the rockets. You're going to have at least 1 or 2 players go for the rockets there. You can make big plays, but you only got 2 to work with. And in a map like Collie, you got to be sneaky with them to be effective. So snipe, point of priority. You got way more kill potential with it. Once you have the snipe, it's all about locking down snipe side. That's usually the play for these teams. They got better angles, lines of sight. You got the high ground up on catwalk to work with and to force spawns into elbow, which is a very open spawn to be spawning in. You don't really want to be there, right, when you're spawning up. So you can take full advantage on these elbow side spawners. A lot this team could put together, and it all comes off of that sniper side control. So we'll see it. If they can grab snipe, make plays off the rip here, Frosties might have a chance. If they're in trouble, they better get ready to play it. We have the outskirts of the map to drop it off. Worst case scenario, but like I said twice now, it all comes down to that opening strat, the opening play.
Yeah, we saw earlier. I think it was back in. It might have been the winners quarter. It might be back in the winners quarterfinals where Saiyan had the sniper rifle, and he was making a highlight reel. Where this man was working on a montage just in this tournament with that sniper rifle. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ride Out maybe try to get in the hands of him. But I would honestly, anybody on this team can snipe really well.
Sure.
I would like to see maybe Talik grab that sniper rifle on the other side of things. I think Talik can make some real magic happen. He has a deadly shot. He has this weird ability just to stay alive. Like no matter where he's at, he could be in a 1v2 situation, but he can really get out of dodge when the time is necessary. So he's definitely an interesting one. I would like to see maybe him grab that sniper rifle for this other side.
We saw some of his survivability in Truth earlier, actually, as well, where he was living in like bottom mid in certain areas, like open areas where you would typically, struggle to survive. Talik just managed to just be a weasel in that situation with the snipe in hand. I'm sure he can make plays, like you said. CC, another one I'm going to be looking for to pick up that sniper to make plays. He was kind of the star of the show on Flyers back in that Sentinel series when they closed it out. CC had that snipe in hand. He was making big plays. On the other side of the coin, I want to see Ola pick up snipe. I want to see him put some plays together. I know that he's a wizard when it comes to the stickies. He's always landing really creative, very difficult sticks, but the sniper would be a treat just to add to the experience of the broadcast today. I expect Saiyan to pick it up, though. I expect him to blame some faces, but really whoever picks it up, whoever you hand it off to, it's always a big play opportunity.
And then, if necessary, I'm going to look up into the future a little bit as we're waiting for this game to obviously run its course here. If necessary, Strongholds Eden would be game number 3. And that's a different beast because you got to be slaying, you got to be on the move. Eden at this point in 2021, I don't even think it matters if you control nest side and catwalk or if you control blue side and catwalk. I think as long as you're efficient and are aware of where the enemy team is spawning and you punish them, you'll be successful at this point. 2021 is, I guess, less about the perfect strat and more about taking advantage of every opportunity that's given to you. So whether it's blue side, red side, just get to a side and put down slays.
Sure. I mean, the perfect strat definitely helps, though. If you can lock down, I mean, ideally a trip cap, but if you can lock down red nest plus blue catwalk, then you've got great lines of sight across the spawns as well. What's nice to see that some teams will do sometimes is they'll have that control, but they'll purposely move away from it a little bit and open up the red plat spawn. The red plat spawn is one of the worst spawn traps on that map. If you can get players spawning up in that red plat, it's so difficult to live if you spawn there. You got two options, is to back up into red base or to fly across the plat. And on the plat, you have no cover. So we could see them completely light them up in the corner. It's low ground too, as opposed to blue plat, where at least you have that high ground. If you can get out, you've got the windows to kind of work with. In red, you got no good options. But, of course, we got to get to Eden first, Tony. We might not even make it there because of how cracked Rideout Meet Them have been today. Let's see what they can put together off this opening strat, though. We're going to kick it off with Druck as he makes his way to Snipe's side with two teammates with him.
And great shots coming in. Super CC going in for the bait and switch, able to take out Saiyan. Trippy going to be trading off kills with Septify, and Super CC getting the advantage and giving it towards Frosties. But hold on, Penguin was able to get away with that rocket, so Super CC with the sniper rifle in hands, Penguin with the rockets in his back pocket.
CC, I've been looking for this man to make plays with Snipe. Let's see him be the star of the show today, though he is under a lot of pressure. CC, can he connect onto something? No, multiple targets, make it three. Gonna chase him down into cave. That is a rough situation to be in there, and CC can't turn any. Instead, the snipe is now handed to Trippy, who's got 6 shots to work with here. I think he might have got a whiff of that spawner. He's got the head level placement ready. Getting tagged up from Snipe's side. Thankfully, teammates there to steal the aggro. And Trippy, a little bit more time to connect a couple headshots together. Player directly below as well. And Trippy, you know he's going to connect it, Tony. He's got this. Oh, can he do more? Oh, he does whiff. That player will narrowly survive.
And Trippy with the sniper rifle, which happens to be the last power weapon on the map as rockets were depleted, and he's really taking advantage of it, even whipping out his pistol to get the 5-shot kill on Druck. 13-8 lead, make that 14-8 lead in favor right out, and they're not done yet. Trippy really heating up here. I'm pretty sure he already has a killing spree. This man's working on a frenzy.
Oh, you know he's heating up. He's taking these aggressive challenges. That player's trying to tag him from cave, but he doesn't care. He jumps up, gets the kill, thrusts back. Penguin picks up the player in cave, and now we got a 7-kill advantage. They'll make it 6. Septify going to fly off a spawn through Snipe's side to try to get some pressure back in their favor, though he loses his life for it. And now we got an 8-kill deficit on the side of Frosties. That sniper, I believe an empty one on the in the secondary of Saiyan here. Not going to matter too much, though, because they're getting their slays without it. New Snipe will be up in about 40 seconds, but Snipe side control, Tony, we talked about it. It's all in the hands of Rideout currently.
22-13 lead in favor of Rideout, and you notice that Saiyan going right up to Pyramid. Let me tell you, when you already have snipe control, it's really hard to get rid of somebody on Pyramid, as Saiyan off the screen going to take out Talik, but he ends up falling off the map, so actually Talik's going to be awarded the kill on that one. Trades go in. Super CC hanging out on Snipe's side here, putting down the shots, but we're going to switch gears over towards Penguin because he has 4 rockets, and he's ready to use them.
Penguin playing these rockets perfectly. It can be very difficult to take full advantage of a slow-moving rocket like this, but Penguin taking the low ground and being sneaky. He does pick up one, and it looks like Rideout Meet Them have perfect timing as well. They got back control, and the slays right in time to pick up Sniper. And Trippy, he's been the man, the star of the show so far. And let's see what else he can put together here. There's one below the lift. Another coming up the ramp here. Trippy's got 2 targets to worry about. 2 misses so far. Getting tagged up by nades. Doesn't play it off. And it's all up to Penguin and team to ensure that they continue to win their fights here. Don't let that snipe transfer hands. Septify coming in with the pincer, though. That bait and switch does take them out. And I think the snipe might actually go in the hands of Frosties. They might have a chance here.
Yeah, Super CC was able to get away with that sniper rifle, and they have all the snipe control. We talked about before, no matter what hands the sniper rifle is in, it's someone's going to do some damage with it. Just Saiyan and Penguin getting back-to-back kills. That's going to give the advantage a bit to Rideout, as Super CC in a bad situation. He's going to get collapsed on and taken down. So does his teammate Talik, but luckily Frosty's coming off a spawn and defending the blue base.
Rideout working together so efficiently. You had players coming up through Snipe's side on one end, so CC tries to back out and look at spawners over on blue, but those spawners were flying together, holding hands, and he died so quickly. Ola, by the way, will turn a 5 right before he drops, and that might be the nail into the coffin here for this team. You can see the deficit looking massive as we get to the 40-point mark here. Penguin will connect, looking for 2. Of course he does. Get himself a double and a spree. He's still got 3 shots. And the awareness on spawners. They're spawning up at the elbows, and this is ripe for the pickings. Penguin can put it all together here and, oh my God, and close this game. Just put them out of their misery. He's hitting everything.
Popping off is Penguin at the moment, and they only need a couple more kills in order to take the win. Septify is going to go down. So does Druck. The final blue base gets the trade-off kill, but Penguin going to get a killing frenzy before taken down, and that's going to be one more kill for Rideout to win this game and the series.
What a clean frenzy at a Penguin, though. That final shot on the Magnum, you could see him just pause and wait for the counter thrust and then snap, hit the headshot, get the 5, secure the frenzy, and a stake win for our winners finals. Tony, a stake to send these boys to the lower bracket and put Rideout and meet them handedly winner's side of Grands. That's got to hurt. It's got to leave a bruise. All I can assume is, will Frosties be back with a vengeance? Can they make it back, Tony? Especially considering they had a very close series just previously with, and I'm forgetting the damn name. We have a third top God squad in here today, don't we?
IC9.
IC9, right? So this is the thing, is Frosties, they got taken down in a pretty aggressive, series of events here. They have to make it through lower bracket. Now they have to fight against IC9 as well. We'll see who the competitor is that makes it through, gets to go up against Rideout and meet them. But Rideout and meet them, they're in the perfect position. They're sitting pretty on winner side grand finals. Yay, so take it away, though. Let's see what you think.
Thank you, Shyway, and I think we've had a great day of Halo 5 action so far. That was our winners finals, and Rideout and meet them taking the win strong over Frosties there. Let's check out our post-game stats here, and then I got a replay I want to go back to of Penguin there on our second map. But we'll pull up those stats for you now. I want to go through those. We'll check out the replay, and then I want to kind of update everybody on where the bracket is at this point. So we will go over that after the replay. So if you guys want to follow along the bracket with me, make sure to use !bracket in Twitch chat. I'll give you the link you need so we can talk through that. But let's start with our first map here. We were on Fathom. It was CTF, and it was a strong win. It looked really close there early. It looked like Frosties was in this at the start. They got very close to a second cap as well to take the lead early. It was tied at 1-1, and it looked like they were going to take the lead, maybe be able to carry some momentum into a win, but they weren't able to do it. We got to get a great view of Pistola on a strong defense to return to their flag, pull the other end to get their second cap, and it started pushing right out and meet them there to the win. Let's check out our second stat page here for the first map of this series. And there it is. Pistola, not big kills, but look at those assists. 15 for Pistola. Great game from him. Penguin, 19 and 6 there. Great performance. Even Trippy with 17. Great game for Rideout and meet them. Meanwhile, Taulik bringing it in. 17 kills, 11 assists. That's a fantastic performance from him with those 3 perfect kills to top it off. Match with Trippy. Wasn't enough to get them the win on the first map, but still a strong performance there from Taulik. Let's check out our last page for this first map. It did result in Rideout and meet them coming in with that 1-game lead. The 9.0 KDA there for Penguin, matched with that 58% accuracy and a 63.5% there from Saiyan. Not the 69% we saw from him in their previous series, but still a pop-off performance there. Even 65% there from Septify and Taulik. We talked about those fragging numbers, 6.6 KDA and strong accuracy there. But it was Rideout to meet them coming out with the win, and they go into the second map. We hit Slayer, trying to close out the 2-0, and Rideout and meet them were able to do it, and it was Penguin leading the way in the kills department. 19 for him, 5 assists as well, just 6 deaths. And this is, again, we saw another bit like we saw in the previous series of Rideout and meet them starting a little slower on Slayer, And these are two really good squads with big names on both sides, but the performance was similar to against Fire and Ice. They start a little slow, it's close, and then once Right Out Meet Them hits their stride, they run away with it. It's a 50-30 win. Very big performance from them. You can see fairly close numbers across the board from Frosties, but nobody getting into those double digits, going to make it hard to beat a team as strong as Right Out Meet Them. Let's check the second page here. As we look over, yeah, all the headshots there for Penguin and 3 perfect kills as well. Meanwhile, on the side of Frosties, not as great a performance on that front. Let's check out our last bit of stats here before we get into a replay from that second game on Coliseum. Great KDA from Penguin, 57.8% on the accuracy, topping off the damage charts. Clearly the only player over that 2,000 damage threshold, up to 2420. Big game from Penguin. Definitely a player to keep an eye on when we come back around to our grand finals. Frosty's still going to be a strong contender, though, in that lower bracket. They'll be waiting in the losers finals for whoever we get out of losers semis. But let's throw to a replay here. I want to break down what we saw from Penguin picking up that sniper rifle there on the second map. We go back to Coliseum here, and let's check this one out. Already a strong lead, as you can see, 42-27 there, as Penguin grabbing 2 quick kills in his shot. So clean here with the sniper rifle. Finds another one there. Oh, just taking out Druck. And one more here. There's the shot to the body, the finish from Penguin. And this was really the sequence that iced it for Ride Out and Meet Them. Penguin just popping off, looking for another. They're grabbing that headshot and looking for another one. Does end up going down, but he's even still able to get the 1-for-1 trade there at the end. The snipe punch, the finishing shot with the Magnum there. Great work from Penguin. And this is why, the crazy thing when you look at this roster, you see how many, big names are up there. And the hard part is any of them can pop off in any given game. If it's not Penguin here, it's Pistola, or it's Singin, or it's Trippy. They all 4 have the capability of going crazy in any given game, and that's why it's so difficult to take down a squad of this caliber. So well done from Penguin there. Right Out and Meet Them grab the 2-0 victory here as we get ready to move down to our losers bracket. So I just want to break that down for you guys before we get to our next match here. So if you guys have that challenge link up, I just want to break down the bracket for you. We've got Right Out and Meet Them sitting in that grand finals. They will have to wait for who comes out of losers. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, losers round 5, almost done. We're just waiting on a match between Team 0 and We Suck Part 2. The winner of that will face up against Fire and Ice, and that is in our losers quarterfinals. On the other side, we've got IC9 and Steezy Sucks. So one of those 5 teams, will play Frosties, but they have a few matches to go. We have those 2 losers quarters. The winners of those will match up in loser semis, and then whoever takes that moves on against Frosties. So again, pull up that challenge link, ! bracket in Twitch chat, so you can kind of keep track of how the action is shaping up here. I believe we're ready to go to a break. Production is going to let me know here momentarily, but just be ready because we've got great action here. And I was highlighting it earlier that we've got a lot of big teams to keep an eye on. Right Out and Meet Them waiting at Grants, Frosties waiting at losers finals, even IC9 still alive, and Fire and Ice, as I talked about earlier, one of those dark horse candidates. They're going to have a tough run. I think they should likely be favored in that losers quarterfinals against whoever they match up against, but they're likely going to run into IC9 in losers semis and have to beat them as well as Frosties to get into the grand final. So it's going to be a tough run for Fire and Ice, but I think they look really strong. We'll have to see what they can bring to the table. We are going to go to a quick break, though. When we come back, Shyway and Why Not will bring you more Microsoft Sunday action.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. Our ESA tournament continues as these teams fight for their share of $1,000. We've seen the winner's side of the bracket. We got our sense of what's going on over there. It's time to jump into the loser's side. We've got two teams about to match up here, Tony. We've got Fire and Ice up against Team Zero. Now, earlier today, you told me Team Zero was your dark horse. They're fighting from loser's side. They're going up against Fire and Ice. Do you think they have a shot against this Latin American powerhouse?
I truly think they do. I mean, Simply Fear Me, Swish, and Carmea, these are really good players that we have, and they even borrowed in Juan. Juan's actually teaming with this squad, which we team with Zero before. But we haven't seen Swish too much on this roster. I think the first time we might have seen it was last week, where Swish, Fear Me, Carmea. I'm going to give him a puncher's chance.
Yeah, so sorry if I got that clearly. You said Carmea, Simply Fear Me, Swish, and Juan to round out the roster. That's a pretty strong cast. It's an odd cast. It's not one that I've seen recently. So very curious to see how they perform together as well as far as coordination goes. But one thing's for sure, individually, all these boys are heavy hitters. I expect some big plays out of them. The only worry is because I'm not sure of their experience together, their coordination. What does that mean going up against a team like Fire and Ice that does have the EXP, that does have the reps in as a team? Of course, Fire and Ice, they are a little bit different than what we're used to seeing. I know they've changed a player or two, and that might even out the odds here, but I want to give the edge to Fire and Ice just off of the objective game type specifically. When it comes to Slayer, I think that's where Team Zero could really pop off, really showcase their powerhouse individually.
I mean, I'm telling you, it's my dark team. Truly, that Team Zero on top is not going to be easy. Talking about LATM's finest and Fire and Ice. If there's any of these guys, I'm going with Team Zero. I don't with them.
All right, Tony. So you said Team Zero is your prediction for this series. You're going all the way, all Team Zero. Fair enough. You've been Team Zero fans since the beginning of the tournament when you said they were the dark horse. So I'll let you have that. I'm going to side with Fire and Ice. I think Fire and Ice got a good shot in this one. They were, well, you know what? It's hard to say. They were playing well before, but man, weren't they the team that, no, they weren't the team that got decimated in Slayer. It wasn't, 50-18. We had a bit of a nightmare Slayer earlier. Fire and Ice, I think it was a 50-30 for their Slayer game, so not ideal. Of course, that was up against Ride Out and Beat Them, who are playing lights out today. But we'll see. I'm going to side with Fire and Ice. I think this is going to be a close series, and I'm all about the close series. I hope we get this one down to the distance, down to a game 3. And that's the beauty of lower bracket, right? You never really know what to expect. These are always intense matchups.
Absolutely. I'm gonna let you take it away because I'm working with some technical difficulties at the moment. I'm trying to get in here.
I will say, Tony, you sound a little better now. You were kind of cutting out a second ago, but I think it's okay now if you keep talking. Stay with me, Tony. Oh, did he completely disconnect? Well, that's unfortunate. That might be a solo cast for me. If so, either way, the teams are in the lobbies. They're getting ready to jump into this game. So the moment it happens, regardless, the show goes on. I'll solo cast. I mean, if I have to. I know we got Yeso in the back there. Anybody want to join me? If Tony doesn't come back, I can pull one of you guys off to join me and have some fun with this. But I'm sure he will jump right back in here. Of course, it's not an ESA broadcast without a little Tony hype. But, of course, on screen, you can see Fire and Ice Team Zero. That will be our next matchup. This is the lower bracket, so they will have to fight for their tournament lives. Of course, they make it through. They will press on, but in a tournament like this with best-of-3 series, things will end quickly. So last thing you want is to lose game 1, all the momentum away from you. Yeah, last case scenario here. Worst case. Either way, I'm just ready to get into this match here. I think these players, these teams are in the lobbies, just getting ready to go. So we'll be very shortly jumping into our games. So just stay with us. I don't hear Tony, so I'm assuming he's still disconnected in the background. Leaving me here with this lovely team screen. Shout out to ESA, by the way, who put together this this graphic to showcase our Spartans. I can't wait to see the Infinite Spartans in the in the Infinite tournament graphics. Those are going to be pretty lovely. It looks like we are still getting the lobby ready, though, and we are still trying to figure out what's going on with Tony. So we're actually going to throw to a very quick break, and we will be right back to kick off the action for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Esports Arena 1K tourney. I hope you dig the new setup, by the way. Let me just start by saying rest in peace, Tony. Unfortunately, not sure what's going on with his internet, but we couldn't get it sorted immediately, and the show must go on. So I've got this lovely man beside me, Yeso, who we're going to break down the game together. Of course, we got Fire and Ice. We got Team Zero about to match up here, Yeso. You got the comfy chair in the home turf, though, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I'm kicking back. I mean, there's a good reason why it's called the GVO zone, the good vibes only zone. I'm very cozy in here. And I do want to say, the beard game for this cast,
yes.
You, Tony, and myself, pretty high. It's looking really strong, and we've had great games so far today. Right out and meet them has been great. Frosties, we've got IC9 here in this losers bracket, and still some great action ahead of us. But yeah, we got Fire and Ice and Team Zero here in this losers quarterfinal matchup, which promises to be a strong one. I would say Fire and Ice probably favored. I know Tony was certainly leaning that way, but I'm curious to see what game Team Zero can bring to the table.
Definitely can't wait to see it. I'm going to be honest. You said beard game, and everything after that, I didn't even hear it. I was just thinking about it, thinking about our beards.
Pat yourself on the back.
Yeah, I will say that Fire and Ice are looking. I want to say they're looking good because usually they are, but today it's been kind of rough for them, right? They went up against what looks like the best team in the tournament so far, and they got kind of obliterated. The other side of the spectrum, though, Team Zero is actually Tony's pick. So Tony's been all over Team Zero. He's saying they're the dark horse today, and we might see that here. We're going to start off with Carmea as he makes his way up the top mid for an early kill.
Yeah, great start here. It really feels like you kind of, if you have those upper echelons, it seems like Fire and Ice and Team Zero kind of populate that second tier below the likes of a Frosties, IC9, or our favorites in that grand final. But that's Bullet grabbing a kill here, and an early strong start for Fire and Ice, and we'll see how things roll off here early, as that's a great kill, and Simply Fear Me trying to get control of top mid.
Yeah, they were trying to make something off of the advantage there, but I believe they just dropped 3 dead here. So Fear Me with an opportunity to return the favor. You can see all members are red, trapped in red base here. So Fear Me going to dive up. Great damage as well. 2 players down to 1 shot, but he's got to live. Getting tagged up. Teammate does pull the flag out. He needs to be here as a line of defense. Looks like Fear Me is doing exactly that. Flag going through. Going to jump down to bottom base for a double and a pickup on the flag. We might see a cap here right off the bat.
Great start there, Simply Fear Me in the perfect position for the defense of that flag. They pull it out of red base, and the quick cap. Great start here for Team Zero, and shades of why Tony was feeling so good about Team Zero here. Simply Fear Me grabbing another kill. He's popping off right now, looking for Bullet.
Wow.
Ooh, he'll back away.
They are not letting up. They got the 1 cap in, and then immediately they 180'd, came back into red base. Pressure on once again here. So the new spawners doing everything they can just to deal with them. But Fear Me making plays left and right. He'll take this with the final bullet. Flag in hand. They got to lock down that car and back base spawn. But man, somehow Fear Me in a single life is going to carry through. 2 flags here.
I mean, Team Zero here asking us to put some respect on their name. Not quite able to get the cap. It's going to be close. The blue flag picked up there, but the point goes through just quick enough. Team Zero with a 2-0 lead.
What can Fire and Ice make of this situation? They've definitely run out of opportunities here. It looks like, unfortunately, they died in the base as well. So another attempt to get a counter pull. Not successful. Carmea, in the meantime, up on top mid here. Nice shots into window. Lost his teammate. back base. So Carmea, not too many options. He might have to back off in just a sec, but as long as his teammates can live up on pink side, they might have a shell here. Carmea, yeah, he's down by that nade. So Fire and Ice, let's see some energy out of them. Can they take advantage here?
Yeah, it really feels like Fire and Ice, took a couple of slobber knockers from Team Zero to start this game. Seems like they're kind of finally getting their sea legs under them here in this first map. They have a lot of ground to make up here, and they really can't make any mistakes. One cap from Team Zero ends the first game. The great kills there. Bullet able to grab Carmea. Zark looking for one of his own. It's going to be so close. He'll get it and immediately goes down to Swish 5s.
I mean, it's great to see a couple trades, but it's not enough to get that flag out. If you're dying on the aggression here, then you won't have the numbers in the base to get a proper pull, but multiple do go down as I say that. Rhymegel doing everything he can to live in back base. He's going to dive out for the flag, but they don't have the slays yet. So the nade and the shots take him out immediately, and that's another flag opportunity now lost by Fire and Ice. Team Zero, they can look to push right back up.
Yeah, Team Zero looking really strong, just keeping up the pressure. They come out with a strong start, and they're just not giving Fire and Ice really any room to breathe. It feels like every time Fire and Ice maybe gets a strong kill, maybe opens up a pathway towards that flag, Team Zero just slams the door in their face. The teamwork is looking great, and Simply Fear Me having a phenomenal game here on the first map. Swish 5s, meanwhile, trying to hunt down this player. A couple of frags aren't going to get anything done. He's going to find Bullet. Can he grab it? No, he doesn't.
Oh. If he got that kill, that might have been game right there. But despite it, he goes down. So does Rorsch, though. That flag's still available in P1. A million nades coming out to make sure that flag stays there. Zarak doing everything he can as a line of defense, but the sneaky play out of one, that sneaky Beaver. He's bottom base. He got the back smack in. Flag's still in play. Can they get the return, though? Rhymegel going to dive on it. It looks like they will weather the storm, if only temporarily. Camo in hand as well. Maybe there's a chance here.
Yeah, huge return there from Rhymegel, giving Fire and Ice another opportunity. It looked like Team Zero was poised to take that strong 3-0 win, but they're still going to have to do just a little bit more. Through the first 5 minutes of this game, it's been all Team Zero. We're just trying to see if Fire and Ice can get a foothold here as the sticky's going to miss. Rhymegel does get the kill, but goes down immediately. That blue flag out of the base. Fire and Ice trying to get on the board.
Carmea just hit a triple, though. He's looking for more here, almost getting the overkill, but he's done the damage at this point. They will be getting the return, so what was almost a flag cap for Fire and Ice? No, they actually picked it up. Are you kidding me? The flurry of events here in red base doing everything they can to keep that flag in play, but there we go. It does get returned. Where is the counter? It's on the ground, the pink side. Carmea head on a swivel. He'll spin, and 5 for the double, but it's not enough to get that flag any further. Still, Carmea making plays.
I mean, Carmea saw Simply Fear Me start to this game and said, I see you, but I got some action of my own. Strong performances across the board here for Team Zero, and they're looking to set up this final capture. Swish able to get the flag out. Could be in trouble, though, as here comes Zark, but he gets the kill anyway.
What? I cannot believe somehow Swish gets himself a reversal there. Not even ready for that car bubble spotter. He won the game, by the way, off that reversal. What a play out of Swish to turn and burn and pick up that flag for a 3-0 start. Tony, I mean, he believed in Team Zero, and maybe he did it for a good reason here. Team Zero looking hot off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Tony always seems to have that really good insight on a lot of these teams, especially the lesser-known ones. That's the really cool thing. Like, he always gets that good insight from the big names, but then you find out, oh, he's talked to those LATAM teams, those other squads that aren't as well-known, but he comes in and he's like, oh, this is the guy you got to watch. This team can pop off. So, Tony, no surprise there. He does his research, and looks like that Team Zero pick is looking really darn good, as Fire and Ice just couldn't get themselves into that game. It seemed like every time they tried to get a foothold there, Team Zero said, no, we're just going to take this one.
Yep, Team Zero, all the momentum, that's for sure. We'll see what they can do to carry that into Slayer, Fire and Ice. I don't expect them to go down without a fight, so that Slayer could be a spicy one for sure. I'm loving this layout, by the way. This is so interesting, seeing myself on the TV beside you. All I'm thinking is I just want to be there, If only you get me up on the couch and we could have the proper setup here. We got to make it happen,
you guys and myself, we were talking at the top of the show about that Halo Infinite multiplayer reveal. I'm certainly psyched about it, and maybe, the stars may align come the holidays. maybe we got to make it happen, get the squad in here into the studio for a little launch tournament. You know, I don't make any decisions over here, but, you know, I may have the ear of some important people.
Yeah, we got to move you up the totem pole and so you can make those decisions. But one thing I will say is thankfully the reception looking good, right? Halo Infinite looking pretty nice this time. It looked fun, and people are saying good things. So hopefully that's great things for Halo, for Esports Arena, and great things for the rest of this tournament as we keep the hype going. Of course, we'll bring it right back. We got Slayer coming up. By the way, I know you got the controls over there, or maybe you do. Do we have any kind of a peek at the scoreboard? Take a look at what we saw in the last game.
I believe we should be able to pull up the stats here. We'll check with our awesome replay op. No, we're just in the game. No
we don't need to.
time here. Fire and Ice trying to survive to a game 3, and we go to Slayer.
Here we go. Slayer, we got the shotty, we got the sniper. Oh, I already see the shotty. It's in the hands of Juan, and what a brutal kill on the bullet there. Just turns and knocks him off the map. And they're just going to be looking for new spawners here over on Bunker side. They got a perfect setup to collapse in, too. Juan looking for ghosts, maybe, as well. Interesting shotgun shot there.
Now, the interesting thing is it seemed like it's been steak dinner Sunday in our Slayer game so far. We had that 50-18 game earlier, and you know, in a matchup that I, going in, probably wouldn't have predicted a steak dinner, but the way Team Zero performed, we may have one here. Strong start, though, as they are up 7-2 on Fire and Ice right now, looking to push that advantage as Rorsch takes down Simply Fear Me.
That ghost that Juan was worried about, we found him. It was Rorsch, though. He does not have any more camo to work with here. Instead, going to try to play his life, but not for much longer. That nade will seal him out. Bullet, in the meantime, he snuck his way into Bunker. Can he make something of it, though? Nade in. Beautiful dodge out of that blue player, and comes back to get the melee. Carmea actually cleans it up instead. So Team Zero, despite the hot start out of Fire and Ice, I mean, Team Zero have not let up. We're looking at 11-5 here as Simply Fear Me actually getting shut down there. Nice little double out of that red player.
Wow, Simply Fear Me looking strong. Carmea, we saw with the fancy feet, able to step around those grenades from Bullet, grabbing that turnaround kill. And Team Zero, strong start once again. A little bit closer now, 11-8. But Juan able to take down Zark. Bullet gets one back in return. And Fire and Ice, you know, this is your tournament life on the line. We're down into that loser's bracket. There are no room for errors any longer. Rorsch with a big kill there on Carmea.
These are the kinds of fives we need to see out of Fire and Ice if they want to bounce back here. Bullet going to try to keep up that pressure as well. All spawners on Carbine's side here. So Bullet, he did find the shotty. Can he find a couple kills? He'll take Swish. Man just got melted by it. We got Rhyme Gel picking up another as well. So a lead forming on the side of Fire and Ice, the first we've seen in this series, and a spree out of Fear Me as they delete the camo. New spawners up in Bunker here, and this is where you want to collapse and conquer.
Yeah, this is the big turnaround from Fire and Ice. We saw Rhyme Gel in the kill feed, grabbing the double kill. Bullet onto the killing spree. He's still got the shotty. He's hunting for some Team Zero bodies as they brought this one back. The lead got up to something like 10-3, and now it's been a quick turnaround here from Fire and Ice. They've regained the lead, but it's only a minor margin.
That's a big kill onto Bullet, by the way. That shotgun went down. If a blue player can pick it up, they can turn the tides here. Fear Me going to try to make it through the hallway, but the shotgun got picked up by Fire and Ice instead. Rhyme Gel will get one. He'll go down shortly after, so it's a bit of a brawl here in the hallways, the close quarters, as players drop left and right, but ultimately looks like Zero might have pulled away with the resources, but not with the map control. Tower player directly beside him, but man, Juan didn't even see that guy. I don't know how he pulled that one out.
Well done from Juan there, able to get the first shot with the shotgun, finishes it off with his Magnum, and now we see Team Zero has regained that lead, but again, that margin, minimal. Meanwhile, Sniper in the hands of Swish here, just hunting, seeing if one of these red players will walk into a bad spot, looking for the flick, isn't going to land it, now he's in big trouble.
Yeah, not a good spot to be with the Sniper. You're right in the center of the map there. If you are compromised, you've limited escape options. So Swish just kind of caught in a rock in a hard place there. He gets taken out. Snipe changes hands. Sirach has it, and he's got 5 shots to work with here. Let's see what he can put together. We got the Carbine side spawn. We got a player in the hallway beside him. Sirach, if anything, maybe rotate it out, get to a safe spot, pick up a couple headshots on the way there. That can't hurt. And they're holding on to the lead in the meantime. If they can keep up this center map control, they can get the camo on top of this, and then this snowball gets rolling.
Yeah, great work here. Zark not able to hit another flick there. A Swish able to grab 2. And really the big story for me is Bullet having the kind of game he needs.
Yeah, I don't know. Was that Bullet who died? He needed a little more there. That was not the ideal situation. He whiffed what was a free no-scope. That camo, I think, might still be in the hands of Team Zero off of that play, but I'm left a little dumbfounded off that one.
Swish coming on strong here in the mid game, able to get a good string of kills there as Simply Fear Me grabs another 2, takes down Rymegel, and it feels like every time Fire and Ice tries to pull away, Team Zero claws right back into this one, and they've regained the lead by 1. Ooh, Rorsch gonna tie it back up there as he takes down Karmea.
We can see that camo still in play, though. That player entrenched, that's a camoed player. It's Fear Me being such a nuisance, weaving through the cracks here and just finding chances to pick apart red team. No more camo to work with, but he will hang out on bat ledge. Spawner's up in bunker as well. Fear Me going to try to get in here with good timing. Juan already doing damage. Ends up being a trade, but we are neck and neck here. Rymegel somehow holding hands with Swish on the hallway there, but he'll take advantage. And this is literally a tight game here in the late game as well. Anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, this one promises to go down to the wire. We've seen a lot of those games from Ride Out and Meet Them where, you kind of hit that 25-point mark and they just run away with it, but it's not going to be the case this time around. Rymegel able to get grab Karmea, and the point I was trying to get to earlier is Bullet having the kind of performance you need to bring a series back after a tough first map. Bullet has looked really strong here in Slayer and has his team set up, but again, just a 1-kill lead as Rymegel looking for another.
We talked about setups, though. Fire and Ice, they do have inside map. This could be so useful, especially if they delay for the camo here. Hold down the high ground with the sniper, a point of contention. Team Zero is all over it. They get that snipe in hand. They make plays that could change things, and it's all up to Juan here. What can he put together? Double dilemma. One on Carbine, one in the hallway. What a pincer out of Fire and Ice. That's a perfect way to shut him down. Rorsch picks up camo. Fire and Ice, when they need to, they're pulling away, but Rorsch, careful. These guys got Series X's. They got camo eyes. Man's got to live here, but they might have a chance.
This is a huge turn late in the game. Fire and Ice able to grab control of camo and sniper with 10 kills remaining. Just a 1-kill lead here, 43 to 42. Rorsch with the beat down on Karmea. This could be it.
What else can he make of this? Oh, beautiful. That's a double for Rorsch. 45 to 42 here, slight advantage, but this is massive at this point in the game. 3 members of Zero, by the way, huddled in the hallways, trying to find a second lease on life here, but Rorsch, the patience out of him. He 5s Fear Me, shots in the basement as well, leaves him weak. Fire and Ice, they got to collapse, got to turn as many slays as they can out of this advantage. And so far, just 3 left to close it. Karmea drops the sniper as well. I think they might have it here. 49, 1 kill left to close the game, and on top of that, they got all the money in their hands.
So well played there from Rorsch in the late game, is patient, goes for the 1-for-1 trade, and when you have the lead, that's all you need. It's the victory. Fire and Ice 50 to 44, and they're going to force game 3. We're going to get some stronghold here in our losers quarterfinals.
Dare I say, correct me if I'm wrong, is this our first Game 3 today, or have we seen another Game 3 so
No.
far?
We've had Game 3, but it was early.
Oh, we have? Okay.
We've had quite a run of 2-0s.
Okay, fair enough. I got a quick peek at the board there, but all I saw was the accuracy. It was looking good for sure, though. Nice to see Fire and Ice make a little comeback there at the end. If we look back, it was, 35 all at one point, so completely even. But the biggest play in the end, of course, was we had the inside map control out of Fire and Ice. They had the shotgun. We had the camo coming up, but the snipe popped first, and Zero wanted that sniper. The big play, though, was somebody on Fire and Ice was in Carbine. I don't know how he got there. I can't remember who it was, but it was the combo of that positioning on Carbine plus the player over on Engine, and Karmea and his teammate, they both committed to Nest. They had no perimeter. They didn't know what to do. They were caught in the middle of it all.
Yeah, and you would think with having 2 players there on sniper late, you should easily be able to control that, but Team Zero isn't able to do it. Great turnaround, and the crazy thing for me is I think that 6-point lead to finish for Fire and Ice is probably the largest lead they had in the entire game. Team Zero made it so difficult for them to pull away. They were constantly breathing down their neck, but Fire and Ice able to pull it out. Strong performance from them, and now it's anybody's bet who takes this last game. Both squads, I think, have had a strong performance. Certainly game 1 more dominant for Team Zero, but I was really impressed with the way that Fire and Ice battled there on Slayer.
Fire and Ice definitely, they showcased that they've still got some fire in them. They still might be able to make a play out of this. We'll see what they can do, though, because we had Flag. Didn't look too good in Flag. Slayer, a little better. Next up is going to, I believe, be Strongholds.
Yeah.
So team communication, coordination here going to be paramount. We'll have to see what they can put together when their backs are against the wall here. But at least they got a little momentum. And to be honest, it's interesting because I was worried about Team Zero being weaker in the objective, better in the Slayer.
Ooh.
Instead, we got a bit of a reverse situation here.
Oh, okay, we're getting Stronghold on Plaza. This is not one we see a whole lot. This is really interesting. I'm excited. Plaza, probably my favorite map to watch here, is the early push there for OS isn't going to work in their favor. Simply Fear Me looking for some kills, and this is going to be a great game 3.
On top of the fact that it's great, it seems like there's hype all throughout the venue where you are, by the way. So it's just this is a big day for gaming, for esports, for Halo, and a big way to cap off this series. You love to see it. Let's see what Rorsch can do to answer with that. He's got the shoddy to work with here.
Oh, man, yeah. Apologies for the background noise, but there's a little bit of hype going around here in Esports Arena HQ today. They're just, Microsoft Sunday, we're popping off.
I mean, hell yeah. On top of the E3 announcements, the tournaments, everything,
Yes.
it's a good day for video games. Can't complain. And it would be a great way to cap off this day with a little extra money in the pockets. You know these boys on Fire and Ice, they're doing everything they can to try to get into the prize pool here today. So far, they do have a slight lead. And we got some pretty good map control here as well. Zarok holding down top yellow. He does end up trading. And Juan, who now has the chance to break through center, can he make anything of it?
Yeah, great early start there from Fire and Ice. They were able to get the full 3 cap and take control here early, up 16-3, but Team Zero finally able to get on the board. They got that 3-player wipe on Fire and Ice, and now here they come. Simply Fear Me is alive and ready to go as Zark is going to get a good nade there onto Swish. And we're going to get back to a tie game here, 16-all as Team Zero takes the lead.
And they might hold that lead for a little bit longer here. Trip cap and counting. Fear Me, double dilemma though. Multiple players up in front of him, and Nest and Fear Me going to try to get right up through the center. He does pick up one, and Juan grabs the other. What a disruptive play. That gives them the trip cap for longer. These players have no choice but to dive into yard, and the entirety of Team Zero, they know that these players are going to yard. Look at this. Carmea going to get the early shots in, but everybody is going to dogpile on that spawn. And things might be rough here for Team Zero if they can't break out with a couple trades.
You know, I really hope we continue to get more Team Zero, whether they continue today or not. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for them in future Microsoft Sundays, because God, these guys play with such confidence, and I love Simply Fear Me. He seems to win so many fights with the slimmest of margins, but he seems so calm under pressure, and it's a strong lead here for Team Zero right now. They got the trip cap. They've got a strong lead up to 45 points right now. Carmea just holding it down. He will fall here, but Team Zero looking dominant in their 3rd game.
Looking brutal for Fire and Ice as well. This has got to be rough, losing 50 points already. It feels like the game has just started. We're less than 3 minutes in, and already just look at that. Insult to injury here. One, the man's got a 6th sense. Somebody must have called it out, but he shot the barrel, killed him instantly, and look at, they're all stuck in Nest. We got Daze, we got Carmea with a double kill, Swish with another cleanup, and the trip cap continues. Juan, he's got the shotgun. I'm worried about these players in yard. Oh, no.
Oh, please. Okay.
Oh, wait a second.
I was very afraid there. I thought Juan was going to go down. He had the sneak up, but he gets the double kill and the triple. Juan!
This man is cracked. He was almost ninja'd, and he turned it into a beautiful play. You got to love it. And he's still going. This is a GG. I'm sorry, Fire and Ice. I don't want to call it early, but after this, just brutality. I don't know what words to use for this. So this is just... I've lost hope for Fire and Ice after this one.
And this is just got to be so demoralizing. They felt so good in that game of Slayer, but the rug gets ripped out from under them here in game 3. They cannot get a foothold here. Jeez. It's still the trip cap. It will drop here at the end, but it doesn't even matter. One of the most dominant performances you will ever see in Stronghold as Team Zero takes out Fire and Ice 2-1.
That was rough from the perspective of Fire and Ice. So bad that it almost seemed like Team Zero were personally insulted by that Slayer loss. They're like, hell no. Hell no do you take a game 2 on us. We're better. And they had to make a statement in just brutal fashion in game 3 there. I felt that. That hurt a little bit.
I mean,
But man, what a series.
I think statement is the perfect word there,
Statement,
Shyway.
yeah.
They come out, they just popped off, they took control. You know, a bit of a shaky start. You know, we got the early lead and the early trip cap from Fire and Ice, but as soon as Team Zero got a foot in the door, they just kicked it right open and snatched that map away from Fire and Ice. And now the interesting thing is now Team Zero's got to face up against IC9 in losers semifinals. And I was talking about it earlier, right? It's so hard for these, you know, let's say if we put them in like 2 tiers, right? Let's say Team Zero, Fire and Ice in that second tier. You've got to fight through IC9, Frosties, and ride out and meet them to take a grand finals win. But with a performance like that against Fire and Ice, what are you thinking for Team Zero going up against IC9? It's hard to favor them, but they looked really strong in that best of 3.
Well, first, I think you made a good point in just kind of assessing that those top 3 teams are kind of in a cut above. They're in a different tier. You got your S tier, and you got, this is like A tier. Carmea and team are kind of in their A tier. That said, they're playing so well that maybe they could push up. You know, maybe they could push up to S today. There's the chance, but it's always going to be tough against these juggernaut teams because they're consistent. These S tier teams, the reason there are S tier is they are just so insanely consistent, regardless of what kind of mixing and matching you do with them. They tend to hold true. But this is the best case scenario, right? I think Carmea and team, they're in the best possible position they could be in. That was the most emphatic finish to a series that they could have. They got to be feeling good coming into the next one. By the way, I think we have stats as well, so this should give us even more details on just how bad that last game was. But I'm sure we'll go right back to the start.
Yeah, we'll pull it up, and we can start on CTF, which was another dominant win, and just Team Zero looking so strong on all these objective game types. And we saw it with Simply Fear Me dominating on that first map. We saw those 2 quick kind of back-to-back caps to start it off on Truth. We'll check out the next page here. I want to just take a peek at the kill stats here because, dang, with how quick of a game, right? 6 minutes, but Carmea popping off.
Look at those assists as well in comparison to Red Team. Insane. It's hard for me to see it from here, but I think it's 13, 10, and 13, so double digits at a swish. Fear Me and Juan. Our Carmea popped off in the slays, but everyone else was there to help them, to lend in a helping hand. And you just don't see anywhere near the same thing on the side of Fire and Ice. So that really, I'd say, is the big determining factor. I wonder how that continued in the following games as well.
And I mean, the stats really reflect kind of what we were watching on that first map, because it felt like every time, you know, we would see a Rhyme Gel or Zark or Bullet, you know, they'd get a kill, maybe they'd get in closer to blue base. They just get swarmed, and the teamwork and the communication from Team Zero looked to be so on point at every single point of that game. It just never allowed Fire and Ice to establish themselves on that first map. Let's check out Slayer, because that was a really interesting one, and one that was back-to-back for so long. 50-44 is the finish, and there's the teamwork you're looking for. 14-14, 11-11 for Fire and Ice, so all of them getting into double digits, and Rorsch with 14 kills and 13 assists.
The least deaths as well, so Rorsch popped off in every way possible in the entire lobby, actually. He tied for most kills, most assists in the lobby, and least deaths all across the board, so great work out of him, and I think he made some great camo plays in the middle of the game as well. But one of the biggest plays, I'm not sure if it was him, like I said, was that flank. Either it was a lucky spawn or a flank over to Carr that really just disrupted everything for Team Zero. Left them flailing, and I guess they were angry from the results of that game because they had to come back with a force in Game 3.
Well, and it's something you were talking about earlier, right? When we went to, I believe we had Coliseum Slayer in one of our earlier series, and Tony was like, this is kind of unusual for us. This is not like a map we see paired with this game type, and especially with the teams that we were seeing. And the point you made is, look, it's all about controlling those power weapons. Are you going to get Sniper? Are you going to get Rockets? And then when you look at the end of this game on Rig and Slayer, with about 8 kills to go for both teams, Sniper control is extremely important and pivotal to see who can close out that map strong. And when you see the push from Fire and Ice, they're able to actually regain control of Sniper that had 2 blue players on it. That's completely going to shift the momentum of that match.
I mean, it makes you wonder, what was their approach, right? Because, like, on top of the fact that Sniper is paramount, your approach to picking up Sniper, ensuring that you get it and you have a setup with it, is almost even more important. So it almost seemed like Team Zero in that moment were a little exasperated. They sent 2 players over to Nest. Maybe they should have had one hanging back on the bridge and being in position to either block the Carbine spawn or at least pick up some of the flak in that situation where Carmea, I think it was, who was just left getting tagged up left and right, alone there. So it's how you act in that situation when that power weapon comes up. Whether or not you use your resources effectively ensures whether you hold on to the sniper after you grab it.
Yeah, let's go to Stronghold here. I'm just curious. It felt like a really fast game. I actually want to know, okay, 4 minutes and 13 seconds. What a dominant win here from Team Zero on the final map here, going to Plaza for Stronghold. And it was a little bloody to start off, but once Team Zero got control, they did not let it go.
Yeah, I think we saw a trip cap for just about the entire game, which is rough. And you could see the hope kind of disintegrating from Fire and Ice as the game went on. What they do is they'll try to break through. So you send some players over to Nest, you try your hand at Nest, and we saw that first failure with Simply Fear Me, where he turned around, he somehow lived, got a big kill, and then he delayed long enough for his teammate to get that second kill. That ruined their game plan. It sent everybody back to spawn, and then they flew into Yard, but everyone on Blue, on Zero, was aware of the Yard push. So then they collapsed and got the kills there. And it's just every single time Fire and Ice spawns up, tries to make a play, they're being denied. If they're not doing it with all their numbers, then they might not succeed, and you lose crucial timing, and that trip cap continues. Next thing you know, it's almost game over. The slays would be interesting to check out too if we can cycle through. That might give us a little bit more detail, but really 4 minutes, not a lot of time to make kills happen here, but Juan still manages to pull out, I think, 13.
Yeah, 13 kills, 3 assists, and just 6 deaths, and nobody on Team Zero with more than 6. And Zark, the only player on Fire and Ice to even approach, he gets 10. The most for the rest of his team was 4 kills. So really, it just shows how dominant Team Zero was, and it just felt like they were coming in wave after wave after wave. Fire and Ice with really no room to breathe, and it felt like every time they got even close to capping one of those points, they were just getting swarmed by the members of Team Zero. They got the spawn control, as you were mentioning. The nade throws were super clean. We saw multiple double kills in that game from different members of Team Zero with just well-placed frags, and that was just really fun and really crazy to watch. It's insane to see a game go that quickly and see it that dominant when you feel like coming into this match, this might be a really close matchup.
Yeah, we thought it would have been coming into that game, but definitely things changed very quick. The only difference, though, is going up against IC9, any of these top-tier teams. The moment they get that trip cap, I guarantee you that type of hold will not last as long as it did. These teams are too effective at breaking through, at finding those weaknesses and exploiting them quickly. So what will Team Zero do when they are actually countered in those situations is what I'm curious to see. It looks like, they're in a good spot. They managed to hold on with this, I want to say A-tier team, but S-tier is a different story. So let's see what they can do to take that momentum, but things ain't going to get easier, that's for sure.
Yeah, it feels like we're in a similar situation to where we were, I believe it was 3 weeks ago when we saw, it was the first Sunday after we came back from the Kellogg's 25K, and we saw that big run from the Pittsburgh Knights, right? They went all the way to grand finals. They had to face off. It was C9 plus Frosty, and I'm getting similar vibes here from Team Zero, that really strong performance on the objective-based game types. Not as good on Slayer, but it felt like if you could push a series the distance, that they were largely going to be favored to win. Now, obviously, as you mentioned multiple times, the conversation completely changes when you have to go up against a squad like IC9. But the question is, and I'm curious what your thoughts are, I would say we probably both pick IC9 to win this series, but do you feel like Team Zero has what it takes to maybe take a game one and force this series to go the distance?
I think Team Zero have what it takes to take one game. Okay. I don't know if it's going to be game one. I would say Slayer typically is the more volatile one, but like you said, objective has been their kind of their wheelhouse so far. I'll say they have what it takes to take one game, but it's highly, highly unlikely they take the series. I'm still, I go with what history tells me, what's tried and true. IC9, I think they have this, and if as far as what I know, it might be handedly too, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, right, and I think you would certainly agree, it's easy to come into series like this and be like, yep, it's just IC9, they're the strong team, but I love when we come in and I'm like, I don't know. I have some questions here. Team Zero looked really good,
Sure.
and it's not even that we've seen like bad play from IC9 today whatsoever. I think they've looked strong at all the matches we've been able to see. But when a team pops off that well in around just prior to losers quarterfinals, you start to ask yourself some questions and be like, okay, wait, are they maybe stronger than we've seen? I'm just peeking back here. I'm curious to see, where Team Zero got knocked out. They've played through a significant portion here. So they lost to Frosties 2-0 back in winners quarterfinals. So they've had quite a trek to go here through the losers brackets, but have had some strong wins. And now, really their biggest test of the day. They dropped down to Frosties. They're looking to win this game and get a rematch, but they've got a big Titan to go through before they have a shot at Frosties once again.
Right. So Team Zero, they've been putting in work, and they've been surprising us, and I'm all for surprises. I'm sure we'll have plenty more surprises in store as the tournament goes on. But for now, I believe we have a very short break. We will be right back with more tournament. Just 4 teams left. So this is it. This is for all the money right here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our ESA 1K. 4 teams left in this tournament, and as we get down to the wire, I figured we got a call for the big guns and get a special guest to join us once again on the show here. We got a Wild Tony who's back from his internet troubles. Tony, what happened? And are you good now?
I'm not gonna lie to you. Someone promised me that Halo Infinite was right across the street. I had to go in there. I literally left. I ran and sadly I got rickrolled. But I had to try. It was worth it. Either way, I got to see the series, and my gosh, Team Zero, my dark horse pick, coming out of nowhere, and have now earned the right to play against IC9.
Team Zero looking good, Tony. You were right to make that prediction. Now, here's where I test your level of insanity. Do you still believe in Team Zero now that you've seen that series moving on up against IC9?
I remember back in Jersey, I would always go to Atlantic City and I would play a little bit of roulette. And when I was hot, I would continue to keep going because I never knew when to stop. And I still don't know when to stop because I'm going with Team Zero again, straight to the moon.
All right, Tony, just so you know, with the whole gambling thing, I think it's almost like strategic. What they do is they let you win. They let you win a couple in the beginning, and you think you're hot. You think you're feeling hot. So you put a little bit more money down, put a little more money down. Next thing you know, you're out negative. You lost like 10K. So, yeah, not to set a bad precedent for you, but, I believe in you. I want to side with you, but ultimately I don't. I think IC9 have this. I think they're going to put you down in the negative with the predictions here. Either way, what matters most is the boys on screen here and their gameplay. Let's see what Boo Boo's got. He's got the camo to start. This could be the start of a couple plays if he survives.
Everybody knows I love a good underdog story, so we're going to see what will happen here with Boo Boo Doo with a camouflage in hands. That is not looking good for our boys in blue.
Definitely isn't. Boo Boo Doo still has yet to make a big play with it, though. Only one capture on the side of each team here. He did spot the OS, but several players out in front of him here. Boo Boo got to find the right target to kill. Shots in the nest will manage to help his team here. He'll also put damage in the catwalk as well. Look at this. The synchronized actions out of IC9 here as Renegade just dismantles everyone, all down to Boo Boo's tricky plays.
And Boo Boo Doo able to grab catwalk, and that's actually going to be a trip cap in favor of IC9. And he trades out camo for rockets. He knows exactly what to do with it. He's going to put Simply Fear Me one shot with the rocket launcher, finish him off with the headshot, and IC9 are ready to make a run.
Boo Boo Doo still up on his first life in this game so far, playing it so patient. Oh, but there he goes. Caster Curse, of course, right as I say it. He gets taken down in a flurry of bullets here, but teammates in great positions to keep the defense up. You got Stellar here in the window, looking for that one player below. Foul seems to be aware of it. Still, multiple players going to dive into catwalk here to try to get themselves a capture. They do manage to turn that cap and finally a point on the board here for Team Zero, but it's not going to be earned easily. Simply Fear Me doing everything he can to defend.
And Valkyrie going on the weak side flank over towards blue. Ben Simply Fear Me gonna catch him and earn the kill. And just like that, Team Zero having the 2 cap and putting some good points on the board. Can they play the defense and hold on to this as Simply Fear Me taking heavy damage over towards blue, sneaking to stay alive and putting down some good shots. Swish gonna come in for the bait and switch to take out Boo Boo Doo, but finally Fear Me's gonna go down.
And that timing is brutal. IC9, look at that. Everybody wanted a piece of that OS, by the way. They're practically fighting over it, but they had that perfect timing with the slays, the rocket, plus the OS here. Renegade is about to put a show on for us if his teammates don't kill him first. Or if he doesn't kill himself. My God, this guy wants kills so bad. He's shooting these rockets everywhere he can. He'll drop a melee into Carmeo, who just gets double-teamed. Make his way back up the catwalk here, but we're looking at potentially a trip cap as Renegade just continues to be a demon.
Staying alive and putting shots down is what Renegade does best, as he's able to take out Swish off the screen. Boo Boo Doo actually 5-1. Then Falcon gonna hit another 5-shot on Carmea, so that's not gonna be looking good for Team Zero at the moment. Trip cap is gonna go in. They're trying to work on catwalk, but Falcon playing the defense. Renegade staying alive. Falcon getting a double kill off the screen. Everybody having time to shine here on the IC9 roster, and once again, not looking good for Team Zero.
Yeah, beautiful little bank nade out of Renegade will seal out that kill, but they don't cap Blue Bend. Instead, that will be saved temporarily. Still, the points ticking in the favor of IC9 here. 44 and counting. Team Zero will scurry into top catwalk, do anything they can to reset the situation, but Bubu Dubu gets the trade there. Carmea at least taking one down with him, but is it enough? Stellar right now, one shot, doing everything he can to be a nuisance, and what a monkey. He just slipped right past that player, came down from above, and now Juan feels the pain because of it.
Great job to avoid damage by Stellar, and somehow Team Zero able to put a double cap in the meantime, so good for them. Boo Boo off the screen once again, taking out Carmea. Stellar trying to get right back in the action here. That's Simply Fear Me in front of him, but he's actually going to be made one shot and forced to back down. But here comes the cavalry. Wingman earned from Stellar. Shots are going out and ringing all over the place, and IC9 have gained control back in this game.
Stellar making the BR look like a good weapon. Never thought I'd see the day. Either way, he's going to hold it down for back tower here. New competitor right up in front of him. It's Fear Me, and everything he does here is defense over the camo, over the OS, which I don't see in the hands of anyone here. I think it might already be. You know what? Boo Boo already has it. Of course he does.
Showing that he's ready for infinite with that battle rifle. Boo Boo Doo able to take down Catwalk, and that's going to be another trip cap going for IC9. Game number 1 looking real good for them. Team Zero have shown some life, and they have made some plays, but they haven't been able to put it all together and gain control of this game as Boo Boo Doo takes out Simply Fear Me. Stellar going to go after Juan. Another trip cap, and Boo Boo Doo getting the back of Swish. You never give up your back.
Sorry to say, Tony, but game 1 not even looking close at this rate. Team Zero, they got to do something and something quick to break out of this, or else Tony about to go neg here. He's gambling it all away on this one.
I mean, it's easy. It would have been easy for me to go with IC9, but I sometimes you got to follow your heart, and sometimes you got to follow your heart. And I'm still going Team Zero. I mean, they've shown some good. I mean, even right now, they're putting up a great fight. They put another double cap on the board. Stronghold's one of the most snowballing game types that we have. I mean, they're looking good in spurts. As Simply Fear, look at that, dropping down, getting the assassination. Falcon taking team nades. Everything going in favor of Team Zero at the moment.
Except the points, though. There's a 2 cap on the side of IC9. Despite the scrappy plays here, you know, it's like a feral cat fighting for its life here. But in the end of the day, we got Spartans on red team that'll put it down, that's for sure. 89 to 90 and counting. We got the OS, the camo about to pop here. If they really want to seal it out strong, you know Boo Boo is going to want to pick it up, so he's already sitting on the OS.
And Boo Boo Doo able to grab that over shield, and now he's going to work his way over towards Blue Bend and try to get this double cap. At this point, one more good double cap. They hold it for 7 seconds, and they win the game automatically. Boo Boo Doo putting some good shots in, but he's getting some good shots on him. The team shot's going to come in, and Swish able to put the final nail on the coffin, but it's not going to matter because Stellar's working on Catwalk. They somehow got Blue Bend. Triple cap. It's now mathematically impossible for Team Zero to come back. Game number 1 is going to go to IC9.
Team Zero might be able to pick up a nice, set a couple kills. I'm butchering what I'm trying to say here. They can get some scrappy kills. They can put together a little pincer, some team shots, all that. It looks good, but it doesn't amount to points. Doesn't amount to map control. Ultimately, the control was very favorable on the side of IC9. The kills and the assists as well. I got a quick peek at it. I think just about everybody on that IC9 team was double digits in the assist category. So working together well, it shows in that objective game for sure. In Slayer, maybe Zero can put something together. Not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Team Zero was only able to put up about 30% of the points that obviously IC9 were able to put up with once they hit that 100-point mark. But Slayer is going to be different. It's a different story, different wheelhouse here. It takes a different set of skills to win on Slayer, and maybe, just maybe, Simply Fear Me, Swish, and Carmea can come back and make this a series. I'm still a believer. I'm going to hold tight. I'm going to hold like my Bitcoin investment. Team Zero Moon.
So you're about to go negative in 2 categories is what you're telling me. I'm kidding. I don't know. Either way, Tony, I want to see a series that goes the distance. So I want to follow your heart, I guess. I want to believe with you, But It just seems unlikely based off of what we've seen. That's all. Maybe the map will change things. Maybe, if we got a snipe in play here, and if Carmea picks it up, then maybe we can see something, wild, something exciting. But it's going to come down to the map and come down to the plays that these boys make, whether or not they still have any juice in the tank as well. Because after the momentum they had coming into the series, I think it just was all kicked out of them in that one kind of emphatic result of that game there.
Yeah, I mean it's tough because as we said before, Strongholds is the most snowballing game type that we have. So when it rains, it pours, and really once IC9 got it going, even in spurts, Team Zero got the slays and were able to steal away that double cap, but it felt like it was only a matter of time before IC9 come back and steal it away, and ultimately they did. Boo Boo Doobu. We saw Boo Boo do with Invis a couple of times. We saw him grab that overshield towards the end. And I mean, if you're able to control both power ups, what are you gonna do? What is Team Zero gonna do?
Not much. Literally every single round of power-ups, I believe, was in the hands of IC9, on top of the fact that the Rockets were as well, and they used those Rockets to help secure those power-ups also. So just the combination of everything. It's the timings that they get their slays as well that gives them the map control, gives them the setup for the OS. I think we had one moment earlier on in the game where the Team Zero was in position. They were ready to pick up OS, but just that timing that we saw from IC9 to come in there to get the bait and switch to pick it up completely changed things. But here we go. Regret for our game 2, what might be the last game in this series, unless Team Zero has something to say about it. But unfortunately, they don't have anything to say about that opening strat, which is very heavily in the favor of IC9.
That it is. I just saw a momentary 3 down for Team Zero, so that's not going to be good, as Valkated does have that Plasma Caster and keeping that P-side perimeter control. I'm sure there's going to be a player over towards top mid, but he does go down. Swish is actually going to try to make his way over towards Red Car, and Renegade has a little bit of that overshield left. Let's see what he's going to do with it.
Probably nice things. I mean, Renegade, we've talked about it many times before. He is a nasty force to be reckoned with here. He already picks up one and dives into Swish with a melee for the kill there before Swish could even react to fight back. Renegade, he goes for it all, right? He'll take the risks. He's a brawler. Look at this man up on top mid. The nade finally kills him, but the damage is done here. They got their 3, I guess now 2 kill advantage, but the pressure still coming out of IC9.
So we're going to switch gears over towards Stellar, who actually takes an incredible nade out of nowhere, and a second one is going to come in to put him down. On board now with Carmea, getting a bit of elevation on here. Knows there's a player in front of him, not going to matter. The young man out of Vancouver, Simply Fear Me, doesn't even need any help, as Swish also going to take out Boo Boo Doobu, and just like that, we are now tied up at 10 apiece. Are you a believer, Shyway?
I wasn't in game 1, so I'm probably not in game 2, realistically. But I want to see it happen. Team Zero, I mean, they're looking okay so far. We do have a close game. We got Fear Me on board here. Up on top mid, there is one player flanking below on pink, but Fear Me not worried about that. He's worried about Renegade, so he'll take that first kill. Looking up the Carbine here. Shots into another player, but he just can't seem to win the fight despite the high ground, despite the advantages he had. And that's not a good look, because the map control now on the side of IC9 here. They're waiting for that OS about to pop. A couple players up to try to deny it, but ultimately that's going in the hands of Red once again. It's Boo Boo Doobu who's got it, and this is where they feel the pain.
It seems like every time there's a player getting away with a power-up, it always seems to be Boo Boo Doobu. He just has that internal clock inside of him, not able to do much with it because he does get that melted. Either way, as long as it's not in the hands of Team Zero, that's kind of a plus for IC9, especially when they have a 3-kill lead at the moment. Boo Boo Doobu trying to get behind enemy lines, challenging Swish. Swish gonna go one shot and 4 down, go IC9.
All right, here we go. Team Zero, they're still in this. Carmea going to try to sneak into blue. He knows the spawners are here. Can he make a play to open things up for his team? Team already on for the challenge, but Carmea will clean up one. Shots into Boo Boo as well. Big pickup for a double, though all of his work has only kept this down to a 1-kill deficit here. IC9 so effective at trading out kills. Carmea still going to try to do work here. Right below them once again. Diving into the center, by the way. He will take a spree, but down for the count, and the trades left and right we got here. As despite all their efforts, IC9, they just keep the lead.
Falcon is doing a great job of holding down top mid. Even has someone next to him, which I believe was Renegade. Boo Boo Doo Boo flying with the Blazacaster. Nobody home, but that allowed Renegade to come in for the flank. Takes out Carmea. Even gets the double kill on Simply Fear Me. And Boo Boo Doo Boo just going to hold tight towards top B. He's going to sit on the top of the map and just control these spawns.
Got some PTSD from this gun from the Sentinels tournament when Royal 2 is just spamming it into cars, somehow picking up kills here. So you never know the potential of that caster, but Boo Boo doesn't even need it. Just a couple slugs out of the fist there. He'll take out a double for it. 33-27 here. And as we get down to the wire, as this OS comes up, things are looking a little worse. Boo Boo just trying to create a little thunderstorm here with the plasma rain. Oh my, he picks up a double as well. Gonna launch a charge shot into the street and get the OS at the same time. Look how efficient this man is.
He's already on a killing spree and doing a good job of staying alive, but I think he hit some teammates with that Blazacaster shot. Either way, Renegade's still going to get the double kill. Boo Boo Doo Boo dropping right behind Simply Fear Me, putting some good shots in, but doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage despite even having the overshield. 9 more kills needed for IC9 to come out with this win, and that's probably going to be series as well.
Boo Boo Doo Boo. Oh, this is just the prevalence of nade hit markers. Really still wondering whether or not Infinite's going to go ahead with the nade hit markers there. But Boo Boo Doo Boo, because he got that hit marker, he knew he could dive into the bottom of red base and pick up that free kill. Now he's looking for more as well. He'll pick up the 5 onto Swish. Tony, I'm sorry to say this is over. This is done and dusted. I don't see how Team Zero make a comeback.
44-31 lead, and I'm gonna have to agree with you. 6 more kills needed for IC9 to put this series away. Renegade gonna get a 5-shot kill. Boo Boo Doo Boo just flying all over the place, looking for anybody to put some shots down. Stellar trading out with Juan, but every trade gonna go in favor of IC9 as they approach that 50% mark, or 50 kill mark, excuse me.
3 kills left to close the game. Soon to be 2 here, though Falcated does drop. Renegade, though, with the very quick flank. Looks like Juan was aware of it. He picks that up as well. They have such a mountain to climb, though. Seems unlikely, despite the fact they are getting kills here. Now 48 on the board. Stellar and team, they'll make their way up through top, bring it to 49, and the final one comes through. It's Renegade to close it with a melee and 11-kill advantage in a series on the side of IC9, bringing our tournament down to just 3 teams, Tony.
I believe the young kids always say, rip the dream. I believe that means rest in peace, the dream. And yeah, rip the dream. Team Zero gonna go top 4 ain't bad. And it was top 4 ain't bad. They have nothing to have their heads low about. I believe they can even come back next week even better than ever. Hey, put that practice in, put the grind in. Infinite is right around the corner. Now's the time to put in the grind. I want to see Team Zero back next week.
You said it, Tony. It's grind time, baby. I want to see the work ethic coming out of these players. Everything is setting the precedent for Halo Infinite. That follows ever so soon here. We're getting close to that eventual release. Anyway, in the meantime, let's send it over to Yeso, break down that series as we get down to our final matches of the day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeso once again here in the GVO zone of the Esports Arena Orange County studio. And the exciting part here is we're getting down to it. We're down to our top 3, and we're getting a rematch of our winners semifinal. We'll have IC9 and Frosties here very soon. Promises to be an exciting matchup. It went the distance, a full 3 games there in winners semis. Obviously, Frosties went on and dropped to ride out and meet them in winners finals. So both of these squads, now IC9 gets the rematch, Frosties fighting to get the rematch of winners finals, and it promises to be an exciting one. My heart, it said Team Zero, but my brain was telling me IC9, and my brain went out this time. Strong performance from IC9, dominant performance there in Slayer, strong one as well on Stronghold. Let's check out our post-game stats here for our winners semi or losers semifinal. Excuse me. So many games to keep track of today, ladies and gentlemen, and it's just they're all muddled together here. But we go to that first map. It was Stronghold, a 100-36 win. Another very strong Strongholds map here on the day. We saw one from Team Zero in their previous match. Now it happened to them here with IC9 coming out on top. 7 minutes and 9 seconds for the entire affair. Let's check out the Slayer stats here for this match. Jump over to that next page. There it is. Look at that. All across the board. Renegade, 19 kills, 5 assists. Look at Stellar, 15 kills, 11 assists, and only 4 deaths. That is an impressive game there from Stellar with the 2 perfect kills as well. Meanwhile, Swish Fives, the only player on Team Zero, able to get into those double digits. Tough game there for Team Zero as we saw IC9 just pull ahead and never really look back. Let's go to the second map here. I want to check out Slayer, and this was one that was close for a little while, but we saw in the middle IC9 start to pull away, and it was largely off the back of Renegade there. 16 kills, 7 assists, just 9 deaths on the game. And meanwhile, Team Zero, 2 players up to that 12-point mark. Carmea and Juan, they were big performers in the losers quarterfinal. And they just couldn't bring it all the way here versus IC9. And it's a tough test, you know. Shyway and I talked about it at length, that it really seems to be we kind of have a couple of different tiers here. And IC9 is the top tier, and you have to perform at your best to take down these squads. They are just too stacked for you to make mistakes and give them openings. They will take advantage every chance they get, and it shows there. All those players up in the double digits of kills, even Stellar with 11 assists to his name. Let's check out the next stats page here for this second one. And we jump over, yeah, look at the headshots. Great accuracy there from Renegade, 2 perfect kills. Let's check out the final one here for this second map. And there it is, the 9.3 KDA, 65.9% accuracy. Even Boo Boo Doo Boo there. Lower accuracy numbers, didn't have as many kills, but look at that damage. 2,200 damage, highest in the game. The only player to eclipse that 2,000 damage mark. Meanwhile, Carmea and Juan doing their best. 57.1% accuracy there for Carmea, the strongest on the squad, the highest KDA. But it just was not enough against this star-studded roster of IC9. They take the win 50-39 and take a strong 2-0 victory in the loser semifinals. And now they move ahead. They've got a date here with Frosties in losers finals, and it promises to be a fun one. And the great thing is, we don't have to wait any longer, folks. We've got that match ready to go. Your losers finals, both of these squads fighting for a date with Ride Out and Meet Them. They're looking to ride out and meet those boys in grands, but we have to figure out who will move on here, fighting for a share of $1,000. Microsoft Sundays continue. I'm going to hand it back to Shyway and Tony to get into the action.
Thank you, Yeso. We are rolling right out of that series and immediately into the next one. It's time for losers finals. Apparently the matches are already getting underway here. We do have IC9. We're going to move on. This time they're going up against Frosties, and it looks like they are already hot into the center of this one, Tony. 1 flag already in, and a second one being ran. It looks like it's a counter cap. A Boo Boo Doo Boo, a line of defense, and he's doing his job. Oh my God, what a time to jump in.
Oh my gosh! Boo Boo Doo Boo dropping a triple, as you said. What a time to get in.
What else can he make of it? There was a rocket launcher conveniently sitting on the floor at his feet here. So Boo Boo Doo Boo looking like the Doomslayer. Finally getting taken out by a stray nade here. Stellar, he'll go down as well. So it looks like they will manage to summon the defenses to shut down IC9 before things got out of hand here. But Zeptify, he's already in red base. He's making a big flank, looking for more. He'll get taken out.
So let me tell you what, let's see. We've seen Boo Boo Doo Boo control over shields, invis, and now rockets and sniper. I mean, he must be grappling all of these power-ups and power-ups to himself. He's living in infinite right now, died up in one apiece right now. We're going to switch gears to Super CC, who actually has that full rocket. Towler gets the double kill. 3 down for IC9, and Frosties are on the move with this flag. They've already gotten it. It's to the 50, the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10, and that's going to be a touchdown for Frosties.
Super CC moving quick on the map. He'll get that flag in, and the pressure's still on. Septified Druck, they get kills. CC picks up rockets as he flies by here. And he's got one in the chamber. Let's see what he can do from the elbow. Going to be hard to sink one from this position. Instead, he needs to live. Getting tagged up to one shot. That player goes for the challenge. And the nade out of Stellar cuts off his options. Rocket's still out on the field there. Stellar going to look to pick it up, but Druck takes Stellar. And I think the Rockets might still be in play here. Septify is trying to hold it down up from top rocks, but getting melted by Renegade, who just shoots better. My God.
2-1 lead in favor of the boys in blue, and Boo Boo Doo has that sniper rifle in hands. Doesn't even need to connect because Stellar has his back, but Stellar going to go down and thanks to the hands of Super CC. Falcated going back at Super CC, and that's going to allow Boo Boo Doo to move up on the map here. He's feeling confident going all the way up on Pyramid with the sniper rifle.
Boo Boo Doo tags up one, getting shot at from Top Cat. Going to try to back out here, live up. It's a great life out of him. Delays for Foul to pick up a double on the feed here. Boo Boo, nice shots into straight. Teammate going to push up, collect that pickup. That's Foul, and I love the attempt. He almost lines it up, but a nade out of CC will shut him down. Despite it, Stellar and team, there's still a force on the map. Stellar holding it down from top, and it looks like he's going to dive into Druck below.
2 down for IC9, but that's not going to stop Stellar from flying into the base and getting that headshot kill. Boo Boo Doo once again getting the sniper rifle, so and he's clearly feeling himself. He's like, hey, this is my long gun. Give me all the power weapons because I'm going to make some stuff happen. That flag is on the move, not for long. Ends up taking out Talik and almost gets the ninja. Alex, I would have gone insane if he would have hit that ninja for the double kill.
Wild to see the awareness out of Boo Boo to turn and still get that melee out in the first place, considering he was so focused on the snipe. Despite it, we'll see what Renegade and team can do to pick up the pieces here. He does get taken out. Talik up on Catwalk getting pelted by nades. Boo Boo with a rocket. Go long, he says, as he fires it across the map. What a shot with that rocket. That flag now out. And that's a flag for the blue team, though. It's just about to hit the pedestal here for a defeat. Despite the plays we've been seeing, we saw Boo Boo with a beautiful rocket. That flag was being ran. What mattered was the capture, and Frosties, they were on top of it.
Despite Boo Boo Doo getting all of the resources, rocket launchers and snipers, it seems like he always had it in his hands. It did not stop Frosteezy from coming in, stealing that win. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a series. We are going into an oh so important elimination game number 3. Winner moves on, loser goes home.
Frosteezy is the name of the team, by the way. I thought it was Frosties, and now it says Frosteezy. So okay, we'll take Frosteezy. Did you say? I think it's just 1-0 in the series, though, correct? Or is this series already well? That would be game 1. We have Slayer coming up next here. Sorry, I'm all turned around. So this is the chance for our red team, IC9, to fight back to bring this to a game 3. But like you said, elimination bracket, the loser out of the picture here. Winner going to get a chance to face off against the hottest team in the tournament so far. Personally, I'd like to see if Frosteezy can go the distance here. Right now, they're looking very good. They lost to IC9, I think, previously, but or did they? No. Sorry, other way around. IC9 hasn't had a chance to face off against the grand finalists. Either way, Tony, I think this could go either way.
I think so too, especially after seeing the way Frosteezy played that. Obviously, they came in, they stole that game away. It was 3-1. Now we're going into Slayer, where ultimately they'll be tested once again. Because IC9, I promise you, is a damn good Slayer team. Whenever I see Renegade and Stellar on a team, I think, oh wow, you're gonna have some troubles putting 50 against them.
Yeah, you would think with this combo, they would be just utterly destructive, but Frosteezy seems to find their openings and take advantage in these objective game types, and that's what matters most. But I love that starting strat attempt at a Boo Boo there, just to make it the top mid without the clamber, but gets denied immediately. On top of that, the advantage definitely on the side of Frosteezy here as Septify. Oh, of course, he hits it out of a slide. Boo Boo Doo getting taken out. Septify still looking to put the damage in.
Tied up at 3 apiece at the moment. Septify has that sniper rifle in hand. Still has about 4 shots in it, but Boo Boo Doo ends up taking out Talik. Septify going to try to make his way over towards top mid. Ends up getting the snipe punch on Renegade. Tied up at 4 apiece, Alex.
Septify, but turns around and taken out instantly. That snipe down for the count here. Talik, hopefully he hears this player beside him charging the combo. He gets out of the fray just a second in advance here, but into the line of fire of, I believe, Renegade, who is ready to burn him immediately. Foul now has the snipe. 3 shots to work with here. Teammate out in front to draw the aggro, but multiple with angles. I think there was one up on top yellow here, so Foul going to try to play this slow. Hold the angle through the doorway. Almost got a bead onto that new spawner, but still 2 shots to work with. Great advantage in this position. Let's see what he can make of it.
Sniper rifle still in the hands of Falcon, who doesn't quite find the head on that one, but luckily he's going to rotate backwards towards his teammates. They're controlling this blue side along with Yard, but there's pressure coming in. Frosteezy coming all the way in here. They have the blue side control. Shots are going down, but Talik and Super CC are ready. They're going to get back-to-back kills. Stella going to be forced to back down right into another player, and that's going to be another 3 down for IC9.
Frosteezy making it so damn difficult to pull away with any sort of advantage here. Just getting into the fray here from behind. These flanks that we've been seeing have been so damn effective. OS about to come up as well here. Septify. Oh, he doesn't even need the 2-shot beatdown. Instead, he'll clean it up with the light rifle here. OS now up. Doesn't get burned. Still on the map.
Wow.
And Frosteezy takes out, I believe, everyone in a quick series of events here. They got the OS, I believe, a nest spawn as well. And this could be brutal. What will they do with this OS? Druck is the one who has it.
I tried to predict a game 3. I tried to predict that this series was going to be tied up, but man, I was wrong. My boys Frosteezy looking good right now, as once again Talik and Druck getting back-to-back kills. Druck actually going to get the double kill. The final player is Boo Boo Doo, but not for long. They didn't get the nest spawn trap, but they're still spawning in bottom hotel, which, to be honest with you, isn't really much better. 21-13 lead in favor of Frosteezy.
Septify has not moved from glass for like at least a minute and a half here, Tony. He's just been sitting here, and he's still getting kills as well. A spree out of him. I like the little strafe, but the wall cover just a little better out of that player to take him off the map. Now, Renegade and team, they finally got a chance. Renegade, he's just mashing that Y button. You can see him getting the shot primed and ready here. 7 bullets. He needs to make it count. First one into the body. Teammate not available to pick it up. Instead, there you go. Falcated to grab it. Renegade, though, just getting tagged up from the front and the back. We've seen that time and time again. There's always a flanker just getting in there, ruining these opportunities, and instead turning it into advantage states of their own.
And that separation is starting to become apparent in the scoreboard here as Frosteezy starting to make a little bit of way in. 6-kill lead in favor of our boys in blue. But Septify being taking heavy damage, not gonna matter because he hits the Kobe-like fadeaway on Renegade, who was trying to clamber up over towards top mid. And now I think they're aware, he's aware that most of the players over towards blue side, there should be one coming on snipe and almost gets Renegade again off of spawn. But Septify gonna have to back down and play his life.
Septify just snapping on these fools, Tony. It's looking rough here. Hits the body once again. Keep that player back. Septify trying to handle 2 here. Snaps on the Renegade. Puts him down in the dirt. The OS about to spawn as well. And Septify, you can't get past this man. He's a brick wall.
And I think the overshield did come up, but it ended up being burnt by Druck. But either way, that's going to go in favor of Frosteezy. They have the lead. And as long as overshield's not going in the hands of IC9, I count that as a win for them. 32-24 in favor of Frosteezy. And they're not done. Septify knows that player's over towards top nest, forces him to back down. Druck ends up getting a Stellar nade on Stellar. And finally, Renegade going to put an end to the run by taking out that player over towards S4.
Massive plays at a Septify there, really to seal out the lead here. It's not over yet. Still a chance for a comeback, but they got to play clean, and Foul going to get the opening kill, but he's in a rough spot on the map, easily traded out. That brings that blue team just a little closer to success. Stellar, good luck. Can he get a kill? He can't. It's that double team action coming out of Frosteezy. They've got the timing. They seem to always be paired up with the team cross when they need to. But here we have an opportunity for IC9. Multiple members pouring into yard. Can they at least get the advantage of these kills? We got 3 slays, I believe, coming out. But a 7-kill deficit, 40 on the board here for Frosteezy. We need to basically see perfect Halo at IC9 to make this happen.
And to be honest with you, I'm really loving the way Frosteezy is playing at the moment. I mean, they're really relying on their teamwork and not letting a single one-shot get away. Once they make that call, and just like that, Boo Boo Doobu's one shot, Druck gonna hunt him down and put him down. 41-35 lead in favor of Frosteezy. And man, if they win this, it's gonna be well-deserved.
7 kills left to close it out. Looking like it might happen here. Druck still being sneaky. He makes his way up through the windows there. I think he might have turned that back. Either way, every POV we switch to is dead player. Players just dropping left and right. Favorable for Frosteezy here. 5 kills left to close it as well. We got an OS coming up here, but Druck not worried about it. Instead, just diving forward. Septify will drop that sniper down. The only chance that IC9 would have to make a play here is going to be with that snipe. That I think is in the hands of Stellar here, but Talik, he knows. He's going to try to get some shots in, can't do anything. That OS actually in the hands of Renegade, and they will need to play flawlessly here to pull it back. Renegade with the OS, inside map control on the side of IC9 and CC and team. Look at this. They're all packed into yard in the back of the map. They need to stay away from this sniper. Who has that snipe? Let's get on board with Stellar.
And I notice how nobody on the blue team as of right now has that plasma pistol to neutralize the overshield. Boo Boo Doobu coming in for the flank, able to take out Super CC. Talik does get a big kill. That's going to be good for them. Talik does end up taking out Stellar. Septify dropping towards bottom mid, has a player in his sights on driveway, gets the flank and the melee, and they now only need one more kill to win this game. There it is. Frosteezy going to be advancing forward into the grand finals.
Frosteezy just looking a little too good today, Tony. Just a cut above, which is wild to say when you're looking at Foul, Renegade, Stellar, and Boo Boo. Just the caliber of this roster, for some reason, just getting picked apart by Septify, by Druck, by Talik CC. They're playing together so exceptionally well. In the end of the day, it's down to the teamwork, because we know individually, these boys on IC9 individually, they're gods at this game. So it's wild to see just the coordination, the consistency out of Frosteezy. But can they carry it, Tony? Can they carry it through to grand finals? That's the big question. Last time they faced them winners finals. It wasn't pretty.
And let me tell you something. I mean, Super CC and Septify, this is half of that Flyers roster, and their stock is really rising at the moment. The last major tournament that we just saw, they ended up getting second place when most people really didn't even have them in the top 4. They ended up losing to KCP on that open. They came back, beat them for that second place spot, ended up losing to Cloud9, but either way, that was huge. Then they come back and join forces with half of that KCP roster and take down Renegade and Stellar, who won that tournament. As of right now, I'm a big Super CC and Septify believer for the start right around the corner. We just multiplayer trailer, and I'm still hyped.
I'm a believer too, Tony. I can't wait to see what these guys put together. They got one more shot to do it, but they got to do it from loser's side. It's going to be an uphill battle, that's for sure. But it remains to be seen. All that's left, of course, is grand finals. We will be getting to it shortly. First, let's send it to Yeso. Let's get him to break down that series, and we'll be jumping into just one more matchup tonight.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just one more matchup left. Grand finals here on the horizon. And interesting to see coming into this losers finals, you'd think that matchup, with it being 2-1 in the winners semifinal when IC9 was knocked down to losers by Frosteezy, you'd be thinking pretty close matchup there. But looks like Frosteezy, just the stronger team. They end up with a 4-1 score overall between those two best of threes and a commanding performance over IC9 on the day. And it means they get a shot at their rematch. They'll see right out and meet them in grand finals in just a little bit here. And the question is can they reverse the fate there? They lost 2-0 in winners finals, and now they'll have an opportunity to try and do it and turn it around. But the question is, it's an even harder task here, right? Coming out of losers bracket, you've got to reset the bracket, which means win one best of 3 and then win a second best of 3 to take down that team from winners. So a tough task ahead of Frosteezy. But let's take a look back at this last series and see some of the things that they did right as we go to CTF, the first game here. Just a 5-minute and 1-second runtime for this first map. Fairly quick match of CTF. Let's check out the Slayer stats here for this game. And yeah, we go over, look, 12 kills there for Septify. He and Druck carrying the kill load. But you can see Talik there. 9 kills, 8 assists. Good game from him. Even Septify, 12 kills, 6 assists for himself, and just 10 deaths. So great performance there from Frosteezy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Renegade leading the way. Falcated and Boobadooboo able to get up to 11 kills apiece, but it wasn't enough to secure them the win. They go down 3-1 there in CTF. Let's just take a peek at the accuracy numbers here before we go to the second map and look at that Septify with the 66.6% accuracy, leading the team, leading the lobby in damage there, just below 2,000 damage in that game. Even Renegade, great accuracy, 65.1, but not enough to push his team through. And so Frosteezy takes the first map there. Let's go to the second one. Let's check out Slayer here. And it was the one that Frosteezy secured to give them that berth in Grand Finals. Septify leading the way. 2 great games from Septify here. You heard Tony talking about it. He and Super CC, half of that Flyers lineup that finished second just a week ago in the Sentinels send-off tournament. And they're continuing that momentum here. The only question is, can they take down a very strong roster in Ride Out and meet them? We will have the answers to that very soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Falcated, Renegade, Stellar leading the way, all in those double digits of kills. Meanwhile, Boobadooboo down there with 9, 5 assists as well. Renegade able to get 10 assists himself, so strong game there from Renegade, but sadly was not enough. Let's check out the next page here. Just take a peek at the perfect kills. Yeah, 1 there for Super CC, 4 for IC9's roster, but it wasn't enough. We'll look at our final bit of stats here. Let's check out the accuracy numbers for this second game, and no surprises there. Septify leading the way once again, 59% accuracy, that's 7.6 KDA. Look at the damage there, 2,400 damage. The one player on his team to reach that mark, but pretty much everybody else hovering around that 1,900 damage mark. Great performance across the board there from Frosteezy, and they get to carry some momentum here. That is a huge boon for them. They'll go into this grand final series where maybe Ride Out and Meet Them is a little bit cold, right? They've been sitting for a while. They took that win over Frosteezy well over an hour ago. Hopefully, they were getting some practice matches in, trying to stay warm, but Frosteezy obviously gets to come into this one feeling strong after a great win over IC9. We've got just one series left in our Microsoft Sunday. It's going to be grand finals coming here in just a little bit. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Shyway and Why Not, we'll get you guys all ready for our grand finals. A big share of $1,000 on the line. Ride Out and Meet Them and Frosteezy match up after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great day of Halo. What started as a E3 presentation has now brought us to, we carried the momentum, Tony. We carried it through these incredible matchups, but this is it. We're down to the end of the line. All that's left, of course, is grand finals. 2 teams left. On the winner side, we have Ride Out and Meet Them. They're holding it down, but their competitors, Frosteezy, they came out hot of that last series. I want to believe there's a chance for a turnaround here, a chance for a comeback. This is it. This is what we're fighting for, Tony.
And if by now, if you don't know what team I'm going for, I'm guessing it's your first time here. Give me Frosteezy all day, all night. I'm going for the upset against probably one of the favorites in this whole tournament, and I'm sure your favorite as well. Ride Out and Meet Them.
I mean, I want to believe in the underdog like you. It's just hard to deny the success that we've already seen from Ride Out and Meet Them today. They have decimated everyone, including Frosteezy just a couple hours earlier. So if they keep that up, if they're still looking as good as they were previously, then should be the same story. Should be another day at the job. But if Frosteezy somehow summoned some new level of play that they didn't have in winners finals, and they're ready to bring it in here in grands, we might see a different story. We might see some surprises, and I wouldn't put it past them. I think considering the caliber of team that they've now beaten twice in a row, right? They've beaten IC9 twice in a row, and that's a star-studded lineup, right? You got Boo Boo Foul. We were just talking about that duo on top of Renegade and Stellar. That's an insane team. If they can do that, then they should be able to beat these guys too, but we'll have to find out here, Tony. This is it. Our final series, kicking it off with a CTF true.
And Pistola gonna make his way over towards Camouflage and ends up clicking into the body like Iron Man tries to get out, but Talik gonna hunt him down and put him down. Ola goes down, so does Penguin, and we have a bit of a 3v2 situation in favor of Frosteezy.
Just saying, getting tagged up in top pink here. We'll try to live, but what a nade across from Carr, takes him out immediately. Trippy trying to get from bottom mid into blue, but unsuccessful. Back and forth we go here as teams look for an opening into red base. They don't want to just let up on the pressure here. Septify alone, though, in red base. Not too much he can do. He can draw their attention, and that might give blue a chance to break out of their base here. And you can see Penguin now stuck back in red. But Joey, that's Trippy, already moving up onto blue to answer right back here.
And Trippy doing a good job of distracting them for Penguin. They get out and over towards bottom Carr, but it doesn't matter because he's still going to go down. Ola being left by himself, he's going to go down as well. And Septify already has the flag over towards his base, but he's one shot. Can he get this cap off? There's one overextender in the Carr bubble. Doesn't matter. Septify goes in, and we're up 1-0 in favor of the boys in blue.
Frosties kick it out with a hot start. Kick it off with a hot start here. Let's see what they can make of the advantage. Septify, look at this. Crossing the entire map and nobody sees him. Now snuck into red base. Can he make something of this, though? Player directly above, and I love the attempt. He spring jumped up to top, somehow saying, still heard this man. Turned on a dime. Managed to take him out. It looks like Talik now in a rough position despite Septify's play. Penguin and team, they'll break out, try to get back map control once again here.
Penguin making his way up P side all the way up to P3, taking Super CC's head on the way, holding down P side control. This is where you want to be, especially as Camouflage should be coming up very soon. Ends up taking out Talik, but hold on. Saiyan takes a stray nade. He's one shot. Him and Penguin are trying to work a 1-2, but Saiyan goes down, and now Penguin's by himself. The collapse is going to come in. Great job by Frosteezy to get Penguin and Saiyan out of their base.
It's a beautiful shutdown with great timing. I would assume it gave Frosteezy the camo as well. I don't see a camoed player currently. I see Trippy who's about to die. Well, there he is. Druck, of course. Camo on the body. Holding down Pink Street. Teammates going to make their way up Carr as well. I believe we have one out on mid. So this is the type of map control we're looking to see from Frosteezy. They got to turn this into a pull. Multiple flying in. They're taking a Carr side push here. From top mid and Carr. His spawn, Carr bubble still open, but so is Pink side. You can see some of the spawners already up on Pink. Here's a Druck doing what he can to take the shields off. Teammates going to try to clean up the kills, but now split spawned on both sides. A bit of a staggered push, to be honest. Didn't quite work out for them. And they still have a couple numbers up here, but it's really all on the shoulders of Druck and Septify in the bottom of the base to try to turn this into something manageable, but not looking successful so far.
The timing was unfortunate and just not on the side of Frosteezy as Druck was staying alive, but then Talik went down. Eventually, Druck's camouflage runs out, and it was a 3 down, and you're seeing Ride Out really take advantage of it as they got that flag out, but Ola gets the kill on Talik. Penguins hopping in for the recov here, and Druck over on P side. Somebody over in top mid. 3 down, go Frosteezy. Back-to-back kills, and Penguin flying into enemy territory.
Penguin trying to get right up into the fray here. Melee, I believe Saiyan somehow got the kill instead, but he'll die. He'll toss the flag out center. And a dilemma for the enemy team to return. CC with the melee, he will go down right quick. Druck trying to do something off his spawn here as well, but just left and right players dropping. And that flag, I think, was returned, so we are reset here as well. Saiyan with a beautiful kill. And nade out of Talik just to try to nick him, but not enough to get rid of Saiyan. He holds it down from Car Bubble here. So a bit of a setup forming for Ride Out that have struggled to break into blue so far.
And Saiyan in enemy territory at the moment has Super CC in front of him, puts down the shots, but he's going to get shut down. 2 down for Ride Out, but it was just enough time for Penguin to get away with that camouflage. So good job by Frosteezy to distract their opponents. By Ride Out to distract their opponent and allow Penguin to take advantage of that. Saiyan going to win his individual gunfight. He's going to get a double kill. Ola takes out Super CC. Penguin's moving forward. This might end up being a little bit of a run here for the boys in red.
Great opportunity for Penguin. He does get tagged up by a nade, though. That's unfortunate. Septify turns and burns him. Talik right now holding it down from a car door. And with Penguin's death, things might be difficult for Ride Out and Meet Them. They are actually still getting slays, though. This is big. The kills they needed here. They might be able to pull it. We have an overextender trying to get down across the map here. Septify does get taken out here. So flag now out. The timing is perfect. And I don't think there's anybody there in time to stop it as well. So that's the type of counter we need to see from Ride Out. They can pull away with a flag on the board and try to reset this. Now they have to play defense for the counter that's incoming.
And that was crazy to me. Despite going 2 down, Ride Out and Meet Them still end up winning their gunfights and come out with that cap. And it's just the sheer firepower coming out of these are professional players who have been tested. Penguin going in for the one-shot kill, Druck, but Druck gonna make him pay. Saiyan able to get the double kill to neutralize the situation. Trippy gets the 5-shot on Super CC, and 3 down once again go Frosteezy.
Frosteezy dropping like flies here, spawning up on Car's side, going to try to break through. Ola getting tagged up by nades, but he will live. Teammates in position to draw the aggro in the meantime. Ola can now challenge back out, try to pick up something here. He does get a kill, but just flies right into another target. Damage in to bring him to 1 shot. Zane, I believe, is diving through to throw the flag out center. Do everything he can to keep that in play. His teammates have now moved back up the center map as well. Saiyan, the bait and switching coming out here to keep these players back in 1 shot. Can Saiyan clean it up? He does. Kill on the Talik. Flag still out center. He gets picked up. Retrieved by a red player here. Frosteezy doing everything they can to defend, but they might not be successful. Saiyan, my God, the plays out of him. They're just continuing to inch that flag ever so close to the window here.
And Zane getting a large amount of those slays over towards bottom card right there. We had a clear eyesight towards the flag with using it as bait, but 2 down go his teammates at the moment. Septify going to take out Ola as well. Talik goes back and saying a 2v2 situation. Septify tries to get the early pull, but he's going to get put down. And now Druck is by himself over towards top mid.
It was kind of wild. Penguin tried to dive at top mid, hit the stabilize kind of late, and then missed top mid, hit the center platform instead to get up that way. Either way, don't think it quite worked out. CC holding it down from the bottom of the base there. He does trade 1. Ola making his way right up the top mid, getting tagged up now 1 shot, but teammates with him. Ola doing everything he can to just dipsy doodle out of the situation. Picks up a big kill on Italic. Druck down as well. This is their chance to push up through pink side, but Ola getting taken out by nades. Saiyan does trade 2 5s back-to-back, so you know these boys are cracked, but the flag is out. And Trippy, the only line of defense to keep it in play.
And that was a great trade by Septify to take out Zane right there, because if Zane would have got that kill, that would have opened things up for Zane to run the flag, but it momentarily stopped them. Not that it matters too much, because the recov comes in, but Trippy's ready for it. He gets the pull, tied up at 1 apiece. He's going to decide to hesitate this a bit and look for the spawners.
Trippy, nice work out of him. He'll take 1. just diving up the center to keep the pressure up on Carr. That flag still moves. Taulik taking it out to blue here. We got a double dilemma here. Flag standoff on both sides. Taulik to Joe with the beautiful shots that defended the cliffhanger as well. Septify picks one up also. That'll clear out most of the base. Just one more left in the window, and that's Druck, Saiyan, who takes one down with him. That camo up as well. Plenty to fight over here as it gets picked up and burned. Taulik with beautiful shots. But just back and forth we go as the pressure now on from Frosteezy into red base. They're doing everything they can to get this flag down and return, but CC just living, putting damage in. Taulik slides in. He gets it halfway there, but it's not enough yet. Still, we see defense. This is the dog pile, though. There we go. They double stack the re. That is just enough to get that flag in the pedestal.
And great job by Super CC to play his life just long enough for make the collapse come in with Taulik, and they end up getting that double recov and ultimately the cap because of it. Taulik not done yet. He pushes up to top P, wins his individual gunfight against Just Saying, but he's gonna have another one in front of him. Penguin makes it up to P3. There's another player over towards top mid. That's gonna spell death for Taulik.
Yep, he is out of the picture right quick. Septify gonna have to play from the back here. Just take his time. He's got pressure coming in from pink side. Early nades to get the damage. I like that second nade just to wall them off. Can he at least turn one? Taulik takes it instead. Trippy gonna turn back over to red base here. Shots one, shoots one down to one shot. He's got Druck on the back foot as well, but Druck somehow turns the W out of that fight. Sane in the meantime trying to look for Druck. Falling off the map here in the process. He goes down. Druck looking for more. He takes the kill on the Penguin. What a play out of him to get all that damage, all that attention on himself. And CC and team, they're trying to capitalize off of it. CC somehow still alive here. Nades coming in, but the defense too strong out of Ride Out. As they do clean up the base, they'll break through.
Hey, sometimes it's all about piv or be pived, and as of right now, Frosteezy winning all of their pivotal gunfights as Penguin trying to make his way over towards bottom P. Saiyan did get a kill, so that's the initial kill that they need. Penguin takes out Druck.
Oh.
Super CC goes down as well, and Penguin really trying to up the tempo here. He's gonna get a triple due to the 5-shot on Taulik, and he's still alive. That's gonna be an overkill and a kill-tacular by Zane.
Are you kidding me? Penguin, what a play out of him. He's still going. This has to turn into a cap, though. Can't tell me they got a cap out of this. He's got it right in red base. The flag got pulled, and he got Ola sitting on it for the return. They will dive in. They'll make it happen. But Penguin, what a play to steal the show. That's one I'd want to go back and break down, Tony, with the patience on that third kill for the 5-shot, just converting it into 5 kills in quick succession. We see another one of those, that's game over.
When somebody needs to get icy for a ride out and meet them, it should be no surprise if it's gonna be Penguin, and this time it's gonna be Ola able to get away with that camouflage. Saiyan takes out Super CC, and Ola gonna try to advance forward here. Shots ringing out. Taulik gets one shot as a player going towards top mid. Ola needs to be careful, otherwise he's gonna give up his life. Never mind, he has a teammate come in. A little bit of team damage, but either way, Druck goes down, and so does Super CC.
We've gone the distance with this one. Less than a minute left. But the advantage on Ride Out is they get multiple slays, multiple down. Now spawning up on Carr's side, trying to overextend, but Saiyan already got a handle on it. He's looking for the overextenders, defending that. Ola just rallying the flag out through pink side, passing the baton. He'll send it over to another red player here. Can they get it through the last links, though? Saiyan, a nuisance to hold off Carr's side, but one player breaks through, only to die shortly after. Trippy drops the flag, turns around, and burns Druck with the help of Saiyan. That's just enough to pull through and take game one. Tony, what a game to start this series, going all the way down through 15, or what is it, past 12 minutes. Ride Out and meet them. They had the wherewithal to push through to clutch up.
Somebody do me a favor and call 911 because Frosteezy were just robbed of that game. I can't believe what I just saw. They had control and had momentum, and eventually it ended up being sucked out, and largely, I'm going to say, because of Zane. That kill tack really, I bet you any money, he probably was getting real hyped in the comms, and that probably just helped put them over the edge as they won that game 3-2.
Yeah, just wild. They got kind of dismantled at the end. Like you said, it was very close. We saw a lot of life out of Frosteezy in the beginning. They started out hot, too. They got the first flag cap. But obviously the biggest play, Penguins play, that stole the attention. Overall, though, we saw some great teamwork, chemistry out of Ride right out to make it through. Penguin, though, you got to love the patience out of him in a situation like that in blue base. He's in the center of the base, so he's at the angle of Carside and that player who's up in the front of base that he has to kill. So he's potentially taking shots from two directions. But despite all that pressure, he takes his time. He cuts the angle, waits for that headshot, and connects, and it all just starts to kind of pour in his favor after that. So just a wonderful series of events. Rideout take advantage. Not only that, Tony, it's a best of 3. One game left, potentially, for our tournament today if Rideout can ride through this Slayer with dominant fashion.
And I just took a peek at the format. If I got the numbers right, I believe it's going to be Slayer on the rig. So, I mean,
okay.
Rig is probably one of the most punishing maps that we have. You can really control that inside map and force the spawns over towards Carbine, get camouflage every time while really make the enemy team pay. I'm kind of worried for my Frost Easy squad. I'm not going to lie to you, Alex.
Last chance for Frost Easy, back against the wall. They got a couple to win after this if they can do it, but we need to see them wake up and make plays here. It'll all start with Talik. Snipe in hand. What can you do? One player directly below. If anything, the objective would be rotate this snipe out to a safe vantage point. I was thinking bunker. Instead, he wants to do it from engine. That's fine. He'll get the kill on the Saiyan. Talik starting out hot here. What else can he connect, though? We got multiple up on engine side. Talik listening. Oh, somehow whiffs the headshot. Snaps onto the body of a second, though. That's Penguin, who's now down for the count. And Talik allowing his team to start out on top. He's got to keep them there.
Body shot coming in on that player E3, and the assist going to be earned because Druck gets the headshot on Pistola. 5-3 lead in favor of Frost Easy, but we've seen them start well early. Now it's about how you can finish. Can you close out this game when you have a little bit of a lead and hold and obviously keep things close?
I mean, the game's still very early on here, so just getting through to the midpoint on top would be the first objective here in Talika. If anything, just use all these, put these bullets, make them count, right? Put him to work here. First one misses, unfortunately. Second, trying to, it looks like it does miss also. So that snipe out drops with 2 shots in the chamber. Trippy and team now pushing out to outside. They want to get their hands on it. They got the shotgun as well. The remaining players hanging out in the outskirts there. That was CC just trying to live, but nothing he could do. And now the score has flipped immediately, right? We saw that strong opening, but Saiyan and Rideout, they get a whiff of blood and capitalize.
And Zane does have that DMR in his back pocket. 2 down, go Frost Easy. Zane really starting to elevate things, getting right up to Engine 2. I think he knows the play. He knows the player trapped in bottom nest, sneaks in a few good shots on him, and that player probably not going to survive much longer. But Super CC ends up distracting them, and Septify comes in for the back smack, and just like that, 3 down, go right out and meet him.
They had the advantage for the camo, but look at that. Frost Easy, they actually dove through, picked it up. So camo in the hands of blue here. Can they turn something out of this? Ola holding down tower. To try to keep his head on a swivel here. I don't know if they have info on that camo player. I think he's actually moving up the tower as we speak. Saiyan looking for one in back engine. Shots into Druck here. He'll leave a nade behind. Should be able to deal the damage, but Druck going to try to dive forward. Does actually manage to get the kill with the help of his teammates here. So center map, they're just fighting to earn it back. Talik actually will take that control. Look at the early spawn nades as well. Man is so aware. If they can pick up the advantage here off the spawns and survive, Talik somehow does live. This is where they can pull away.
3 down, go right out and meet him. That vinyl player is going to be over towards yellow corner, and they are well aware of it. The problem is that he's getting kills. He takes out Super CC. Septify does have that sniper rifle over towards white corner. A little bit in an exposed area, but if he gets the slays, it's not going to matter much. And someone right next to him, Engine 2, whips the first body shot, but ends up headshotting, just saying, from across the map. 21-19. There's another player in front of him. He's one shot, though. He's going to have to stay alive.
Just trying to put this snipe to good use here. 2 shots left to work with. Looks up into tower. Oh, just gets knocked out of scope, though. No luck on that one. Druck and Talik doing their job, though. They get 2 big kills, 23-21 on the board here. Septify can play from back. Hitting line went up here. Carbine spawns. Great angle to connect, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. That's it for the snipe. They still have inside BAP. CC with a kill on Desayan. 4-kill advantage as Septify drops down. Picks up one with the melee. Multiple above him, though. He's got to turn another, and he'll take the trade. And with that 4-kill advantage, Saiyan coming up off a spawn and bunker, they've all pushed up, committed to Carbine. They're giving up center map here to ride out. And that might bite them.
And Ola gets the big initial kill on Super CC, allowing them to up the tempo. Saiyan going right at Tower 2 confidently. And now he's probably going to get a camouflage because of it. Throws an excellent nade, gets in, gets out. Can he stay alive?
Looks like he's in the clear here, out on bottom tower. These blue players going to be looking for him, likely playing it patient. You can see somebody hiding out on back yellow there, but Saiyan, what a beam. He takes him out instantly. One in the long haul as well, directly below in basement. Saiyan, he's perched up above, kills one. Going to drop down on the other. That shuts into Talik, who just can't do anything. Saiyan takes him out with a double, lights out. And it's just a 1-kill deficit, but starting to look like a lead on the side of Ride Out here if they keep this up. Spawner's up on Carbine. How do they break out of this? Saiyan playing it so slow, so carefully. You got Druck right up in front of him. Easy kill out of Saiyan here. There's a spree for him if he plays it patient. Look at the advantages. His teammates now collapsing and conquering as they're all stuck off a spawn here. They'll flip it over to bunker and do it all over again.
Alex, I want to want you to watch that after this, and you're gonna want to break that down because Saiyan grabbed that camouflage, and everybody knew where he was, and he had 3 players around him. But utilizing that excellent movement to get up to Tower 2 to stay alive, that is game-winning movement right there. As Penguin hunting that player down, Ola gets the kill on Druck, 37-33, back in favor of Ride Out and beat him. And honestly, I think it's largely because of Saiyan getting that camouflage and ultimately staying alive in a non-advantageous position.
I mean, it was just great positioning from him, holding it down from yellow, picking off the weak players, you know, in the opportunities that he had there until they had the kill advantage, and then that's when they mount the attack, they collapse. Despite the efforts, though, this is still a close game. This is still winnable for Frosteezy, who are now down by 4 here. It's all going to come down to that camo center map being taken over by Ride Out. Spawner's coming up from Carbine. Druck going to need to dive in, get that melee. That's huge that he did it. But what can they do about this camo, though? Camo should be spawning shortly here. You got CC and Druck working hand in hand here to clean up kills. Still the 3-kill advantage on the side of Ride Out. They're putting all their resources in to pick up the sniping outside. So Super CC, what can he do here? Snipe in hand. He's still got 6 shots to work with. That camo, we don't know where it went, but there it is. That was the worry. We didn't know the time Frosteezy didn't know the time Ride Out had it. And Penguin might have just won the game by sneaking into Nest and taking the snipe back.
A 5-kill game in favor of Ride Out, and they only need 3 more kills to put this away. Camouflage and sniper in the hands of Penguin. He takes out Druck. All the players over towards yellow corner. Trippy gets the 5-shot kill on Septify. The collapse is coming in, and that's going to be 2-0. Ride Out and Meetum come out with the big win and are going to be your grand champions.
What a performance at a Ride Out today. Kind of unparalleled, right? Like at no point did I ever feel like they were in trouble of losing a series. Did they lose a game today, Tony? I'm not sure if they even lost a game, to be quite honest. They've been playing lights out, looking like superstars, and I guess they are the superstars today. Those are our champions of the tournament. Ride Out, unstoppable. Are you looking at the bracket? You see any wins or losses? Any losses? Sorry.
They didn't lose a single game, Alex.
Didn't lose a game.
You were right.
Wow. Well, I mean, if that's not dominance, then I don't know what is. So today, what is that? That's Trippy, Saiyan, Ola, and how could I forget Penguin? Sorry, to round out an incredible roster today, unstoppable. Tony, any final words on that one? That was a quick series, a quick grand finals.
It was. It really was. I mean, I'm going to thank you for joining me here on the desk. It's always a pleasure getting to cast with one of the best, and obviously you are. Thank you, Esports Arena, for hosting these. That was amazing. Thank the competitors for putting on a show, and most important, thank you guys in the chat and you guys, the viewers, because without you, we would just be talking to ourselves.
You don't already do that, Tony, or maybe I'm just the crazy one. I'm kidding. Anyway, thank you, Tony. Thank you for bringing the energy today. Of course, a great tournament. Fun day today. A lot of fun Halo news, a lot of high-level matches, which is always great to see. And hopefully, we've got plenty more coming up with Esports Arena and beyond. Can't wait to see it. But thank you, everyone, today. I'm going to send it over to Yeso to break down the recent action and close our show.
Thank you, gentlemen. Pleasure getting to watch you guys cast here every Sunday. So great work. I need some love in the Twitch chat for both Shyway and Why Not. They crushed it throughout the day, and even Tony battling through some technical issues, but he still comes through and just lays it down all across our losers finals and grand finals. So well done there, gentlemen. And that's it, folks. We see the boys right out and meet them with a strong 2-0 win. And Tony is correct. They did not drop a single map all day. 2-0, 2-0, boom. 5 series. They were 10-0 in games all throughout this run. And they took out Velocity, Fire, and Ice, and twice against Frosteezy. So that is an impressive run there from right out and meet them. I don't want to check out stats. All I want to do here is go to probably the play of the day. Let's check out what Penguin did here in grand finals. Strong performance throughout the day from right out to meet them. And the cool thing was we really got to see pop-off moments from everybody on the roster. But this is hands down the best play of the day. Penguin already grabbing the double here, looking for the triple, able to take out Talik here. He's got no shields right now, just biding his time. There's the one tap, overkill, and then finishes it off, able to grab the kill-tacular there. What a play. Penguin, just the finest and smallest of margins here, but pulls it out. And this is why, you look at the likes of Penguin, Pistola, Trippy, and more. We get some of the best here every Sunday, and that's why it is such a pleasure to bring Microsoft Sundays to you folks at home here every single weekend. Absolutely loved it. Tons of great action today. Again, big thank you to Shyway and Why Not. They crush it all throughout the day, as they always do, certainly to expectations from me. Also, special congratulations, obviously, to 343. That big announcement, the multiplayer trailer for Halo Infinite looked fantastic. I'm super excited for that, but we still got plenty more Halo 5 action left in us before we move on to a new title. Big love for the entire Esports Arena production team. They crushed it today. Our TOs keeping that tournament running smoothly. And thank you again to all of you at home. Hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did. It was a blast to be here with all of you on your wonderful Sunday afternoon. That's going to do it for me. But as we look forward, do want to remind you guys what's coming up this week. Another episode of Talkin' Tunes this Thursday with Robert Paulson. You're not going to want to miss that. It was a blast to see the first episode this past week. And then the biggest event of the summer, we've got the Esports Arena 10K Invitational coming next Saturday. That kicks off at 2 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esports arena. Some of the best teams in the world coming out to compete for $10,000. You're not going to want to miss out on that. So mark your calendars. That's going to do it for me, for myself, the entire Esports Arena live broadcast crew. Thank you so much for joining us, folks. We'll see you again next time.